Love can save you, or destroy you. In these 14 stories between humans and aliens, promises are broken, enemies become lovers, and kisses are stolen on the edge of war. You'll cry, rage, and hold your breath. This is love and hate, where the line between passion and peril is just one heartbeat away. He told his wife it was nothing. Just a $90 house. No neighbors. No history. Just silence and dust /n /n, but the walls remembered her /n /n. The alien girl who once called it home came back. She didn't scream. She didn't fight. She just sat where she used to sleep and waited for the man who now lived there to remember her /n /n. He never touched her. He never meant to feel anything /n /n, but when his wife saw the way he looked at her, she understood. He wasn't cheating with his body /n /n, he was cheating with his soul /n /n. This isn't a story about a house. It's about what we leave behind in the places we forget, and what comes back when we pretend we never cared. Darian didn't tell Kayla. It wasn't a lie, exactly. Just something small, something personal. A detail too trivial to explain without it sounding heavier than it really was. He bought the house for 90 credits. Digital. No contract. No real ownership, technically. Just a rusted key left under a ceramic pot and a line of code verifying the transfer from a dying property bought to his name. He told himself it was for fun. A curiosity. A relic from the time before terraformers and tax zones and government-mandated happiness. The house set at the edge of a retired colony, swallowed by ambergrass and silence. The first time he stepped inside, the door groaned like it remembered him, even if he'd never been there before. It smelled like old warmth and forgotten rain. Kayla wouldn't have liked it. She liked things clean. Straight lines. Digital order. Their home was filled with soft glows and voice-responsive walls, sterile peace in every corner. This place was the opposite. No interface. No synth fabric. No automation. Just wood. Real wood. He told her he was staying late for an off-grid project. He wasn't lying, he was working. But not on circuits or code. He was working on remembering how to breathe. He spent the first hour walking through the empty rooms. There were 6, maybe 7 if you counted the narrow space near the back door where the floor dipped and the light pooled in strange ways. There were no lights. Only windows. And the way sunlight touched the walls made it feel like the house didn't mind being empty, but didn't want to stay that way forever. He sat on the old floor. Cross-legged. Said nothing. He didn't know why. The next day, he came back with a thermos of coffee and a blanket. Not to camp. Just to be. He didn't bring his tablet. Didn't check his feed. He just watched the dust dance in the light. It reminded him of his childhood, of rooms that had meaning simply because people had once stood in them and listened to each other breathe. Kayla asked him that night why he was smiling while he cleaned the dishes. He said nothing at first. Then muttered something about old code behaving properly. She narrowed her eyes. Not suspicion, just confusion. She touched his shoulder. He didn't flinch. But he didn't lean in either. He didn't mean to be distant. He just wasn't here. He was still in that house. The third time he returned, something was different. He stepped into the living room and saw it not with his eyes, but with a sensation that curled in his spine like a cold memory. A feeling that someone had been here. Not recently. Not hours ago. But that their presence had soaked into the corners of the room. The floor held weight like it missed footsteps. The air held warmth like it had memorized the body's temperature. He stood still. Didn't move. Didn't speak. That's when he saw the edge of something beneath the window frame, a line of etchings, not words but glyphs, faded into the wood. Not decorative. Not human. He traced one with his finger. It pulsed faintly. Not light. Not energy. Emotion. He felt sorrow. Deep, quiet sorrow. Like someone had said goodbye here, not to a person, but to a life. The house had been owned, loved, and lost. He sat again. On the same floor. Cross-legged. And this time, he whispered, "I didn't know." Of course, no one answered. But the house listened. That night, Kayla brought wine to dinner. She wore the green wrap he liked. She asked if he wanted to take a weekend trip somewhere coastal. Recharge. Reconnect. He smiled. Said he'd think about it. She stared at him. Not with anger. With search. "Are you okay?" she asked. He paused. Then nodded. But something in his eyes had shifted. A softness. A far-off tint. Kayla didn't press. But she knew. It wasn't someone else. It was somewhere else. And that, somehow, felt worse. That night, Darian dreamed of footsteps. Soft ones. Familiar ones. And a voice never loud, never clear but full of something too human to be alien, and too alien to be human. He woke up before dawn. And drove back to the house. The rain came down like memory, slow, steady, impossible to ignore. Darian stood inside the house, staring out through the dusty front window, watching as the storm blurred the edges of the world. He didn't know why he'd driven there again. Maybe he was waiting for something. Or someone. Maybe just for the silence. Then he saw her. She didn't knock. She didn't speak. She just stood on the front porch, drenched, arms at her sides, eyes locked on the frame of the doorway like it still remembered how she used to pass through it. Her red hair clung to her cheeks, and her cloak dripped in slow rhythm, as if time itself had slowed for her return. Velia. He didn't know her name yet, but the house did. He opened the door slowly. Rain curled past his boots. They looked at each other, not as strangers, not yet as something more, but as two people connected by place, not past. "Come in," he said quietly. She stepped inside like a breath, not tracking mud, not making a sound. She didn't shake off the rain. She just stood in the hallway, looking at the walls like she was walking through a museum of her own life. Darian didn't ask what she was doing there. Didn't ask how she found it. The house had always felt like it belonged to someone else. Now he knew it had. He motioned to the chair by the window. She sat, delicately, like the wood might remember her weight. Her eyes moved slowly across the room, landing on the glyphs he had traced just days ago. She didn't smile. But her breath caught barely, and that was enough. He brought her a towel. She didn't take it. Just nodded once, eyes never leaving the wall. That night, she slept in a small back room with about floor the one that smelled like soil after rain. The room that used to hold something sacred. Darian didn't ask. He just laid out a blanket and pillow. She nodded again. She never said thank you. But she stayed. Kayla noticed first. The smell. Darian came home late again, but this time it wasn't oil or metal clinging to his clothes. It was something else. Earth. Rain. The kind of scent that comes from places people don't vacuum. You smell like outside, she said over breakfast. A small jab. Casual. He smiled. Storm hit on the way back. She didn't respond. Just sipped her drink and stared too long at nothing. Velia stayed 2 nights. Then 3. Then a week. They didn't talk much. Darian tried once, asked if she needed supplies, or transport. She looked at him then, really looked. Not with fear. Not with anger. With gravity. And said nothing. But her eyes said, this was mine. He didn't offer again. He watched her as she moved through the house like she had never left. Not claiming. Not reclaiming. Just remembering. Her fingers brushed the wooden trim. Her steps landed with careful weight as if she was listening for echoes of someone she used to be. One afternoon, she stood in the center of the living room for nearly an hour. Just stood. Eyes closed. Palms open. He didn't interrupt. That evening, Kayla called. Her voice bright. Forced. You still coming home for dinner? Darian looked at the girl in the window. Rain again. But she didn't move this time. Yeah, he said. Just running behind. When he got home, Kayla was in the kitchen, humming something tuneless. Her back was turned. There was food on the table. Wine breathing in glasses. He kissed her cheek. She leaned into it. But for the first time, he didn't feel her. He only felt the rain that wasn't falling anymore. In bed that night, Kayla asked, "You okay?" He nodded. Lied. Because in a house that wasn't his, beside a girl who didn't speak, he had felt more known than he had in years. And he didn't know what to do with that. Kayla didn't plan to go to the house. She only meant to drive. To breathe outside the walls of their home that now echoed with questions she couldn't ask. But her hands knew where to turn. Her car followed muscle memory long before she realized where it had taken her. The house sat quiet under the pale dusk. Lights off. Curtains open. She parked across the road and waited. Inside, 2 figures sat in silence. One human. One not. Kayla watched through the window. Watched him. Darian was leaning forward, elbows on knees, hands clasped not in prayer, not in guilt, just stillness. Across from him, the alien girl. Velia. She sat as if part of the wood. Not speaking. Not moving. But his eyes. Kayla had known those eyes. Once. The way he looked at her at Velia wasn't lust. Wasn't curiosity. It was longing. Like he was looking at a photograph of something he thought was gone forever. And had found again. She stepped out of the car. The door creaked. Darian turned. Slowly. Guilty, yes, but not ashamed. Kayla walked up the porch, opened the door, didn't wait for invitation. Her voice didn't shake. So this is her? Velia didn't flinch. She stood, slowly. But didn't speak. Kayla's eyes didn't leave her husband. Do you love her? Darian didn't answer. Because love wasn't the word. Not yet. Not fully. But something close. Something with gravity. I came here to see what you were running to, she said. Now I see you weren't running. You were, remembering. She stepped closer. Her eyes sharp. She hasn't said a word. But you've already told her more than you've told me in 5 years. Kayla. Don't. Her voice cut the room like glass. You didn't cheat on me with your body, Darian. You cheated with your silence. With your absence. With the way you look at her like she's a hymn you forgot you knew the words to. Velia stepped back. Her gaze lowered, not out of guilt, but respect. She turned toward the back hallway, the one with the bowed floor, and walked away. No apology. No defense. She wasn't stealing. She was retreating. Kayla laughed once, bitter. She didn't even try. And she still won. Darian looked down. Then up. And for the first time, didn't lie. I didn't plan this. I don't even know what this is. But when I'm here, I feel. He stopped. Kayla filled it in. Real. A long silence. Then, I don't hate you for it, she said. I hate that you never told me you were dying inside. That you let me live beside a ghost and call it marriage. She walked past him, hand brushing his arm, not tender, not cruel. Just passing. At the door, she turned. You never looked at me like that. Not even on our wedding day. And then she was gone. Darian didn't chase her. He didn't move. Not until Velia returned. She stood in the doorway, watching the place Kayla had vanished from. Then she looked at him. Not inviting. Not victorious. Just present. He didn't speak. She didn't stay. She walked to the door, stepped into the dusk, and disappeared into the color of it. And Darian stood alone. But for the first time, he knew what silence really meant. The house was empty again. No voices. No footsteps. No shared meals or stolen glances. Just Darian, and the sound of the wind tracing the outer walls like a hand searching for a memory. Kayla had left 2 days after Velia. A suitcase. A note. Nothing dramatic, just final. He didn't stop her. There was nothing left to say that hadn't already echoed through the silence between them for years. He moved back into the house. Not because he wanted to live in it, but because he couldn't stay anywhere else. Not now. The apartment he once called home with Caleb felt artificial. Sterile. False. Here, the air breathed. The rooms held warmth, not heat. Dust returned, settling gently, like it had been waiting for the right moment to reclaim its place. He walked through each room with bare feet. No lights. Just the low amber wash of evening pouring through the windows. Every corner remembered something. And he could feel it. The first time it happened, he was standing in the hallway. His hand brushed the wooden frame near the back room, Velia's room. Or what had once been her mother's. The wood was warm. But not from the sun. From something else. Something internal. He pressed his palm against it. And he heard it. Footsteps. Light. Measured. Moving across the floor behind him. He turned. Nothing. But the sound remained, just at the edge of hearing. The second time, he was in the kitchen. The window cracked open. A breeze moved through the room, not strong, but full of scent, citrus, smoke, and something floral he couldn't name. He didn't imagine it. Because when he stood still enough, he could hear the faint clatter of pans, the whisper of a language he didn't understand but somehow felt familiar. He closed his eyes. And he saw her, Velia's mother, her silhouette moving behind the counter, humming low as steam rose from an old pot. Velia, younger, sitting at the table, her legs swinging, her eyes full of stars. He opened his eyes. Just the kitchen. Just him. But something lingered. The house didn't need them to stay. It only needed them to remember. He began to sit in the living room again. Not because it was comfortable, but because it felt inhabited, even in stillness. Some nights, he would light a candle and set it by the etched glyphs in the wall. A small ritual for no one in particular. One night, he fell asleep on the floor. When he woke, a blanket was over him. He lived alone. He didn't question it. Because he didn't need proof. Only presence. Days passed like vapor. He didn't count them. Just marked them by what he heard or didn't. Some days, it was the sound of a window shutter tapping gently. Others, a soft hum, the kind someone makes when they think no one's listening. It wasn't haunting. It was remembering. And he was beginning to understand the difference. He started talking to the house. Not often. Not loudly. Just when the quiet became too deep. He would sit by the back room, his hand on the warm wall, and say things he never told anyone. I wish I met her before I forgot how to feel. Or maybe I didn't deserve Kayla's love. But I think I deserve to be seen. And once, I think she forgave me the moment she walked away. The house never answered. But sometimes, when he finished speaking, the candle would flicker in still air. And that was enough. One afternoon, he found an old box tucked beneath the floorboards. Inside, a cloth doll, half unraveled, a journal with pages written in looping alien script, and a drawing Velia as a child, holding hands with a woman who looked exactly like her. He didn't read the journal. He didn't need to. He placed the items on a shelf, careful, reverent. They belonged there. He belonged near them. Not as a savior, but as a witness. Because that's what he had always been, not the hero, not the villain, but the man who arrived late to someone else's grief and stayed long enough to feel it settle in his bones. And now, alone in a house that wasn't his, Darian felt the warmth of things that used to matter. Not for what they were, but for what they refused to let go of. The past didn't haunt him. It remembered him. And that, somehow, felt like forgiveness. Years passed, though Darian stopped counting them. Seasons blurred in quiet cycles, marked only by the shifting of light through the windows, the occasional creak of the wood in the middle of the night, and the steady beat of his heart when he woke each morning and pressed his hand to the wall. It was always the same wall. The one near the back room. The warmth never faded. People forgot about the house. The colony expanded outward, not inward. New families moved into new units, streamlined, efficient, with clean angles and no history. Darian became something between a rumor and a footnote. The man who lived in the old place. Alone. Quiet. Steady. He liked it that way. He had no need for explanation. Not anymore. He would rise at dawn, make his tea, and sit by the window with the glyphs. He didn't light candles anymore. The sunlight was enough. Sometimes he would speak. Sometimes he would listen. There were no more footsteps. No more flickers. But the sense of presence remained, like a chord still humming long after the music ended. Velia never returned. And he never expected her to. But she had never truly left either. She was in the smell of the back room after rain. In the shape of the worn floorboards by the door. In the memory of silence that wasn't empty, but full. He had loved her. Not in the way of grand declarations or stolen nights. But in the way you love a moment you didn't know was your last. In the way you hold on to something that made you feel real, if only for a heartbeat. He didn't need her to stay to carry her with him. Some loves aren't meant to grow old. Some are meant to arrive, change you, and leave you better than you were. And he was. He was better. Not healed. Not whole. But human again. One morning, older than he ever thought he'd be, he sat by the wall and placed his palm against it, the way he always had. But this time, he didn't feel warmth. He felt stillness. Not absence. Not loss. Completion. He smiled. That evening, the sun poured gold through the windows. He walked through each room, touching the door frames, the shelves, the floor, as if saying goodbye without speaking the word. He lay down in the living room, where dust still floated like stars in the low light, and closed his eyes. When the neighbors found him days later, they said he looked peaceful. There was a blanket tucked around him. No one knew who had placed it. On a shelf above him sat a drawing of a girl with red hair and bright eyes, holding hands with someone taller, older, smiling. No one remembered who she was. But Darian did. And so did the house. She walked for miles. Planet after planet. Door after door. Always the same answer. We don't hire her kind. Until one man said yes. He didn't know her name. He didn't ask for her story. He just gave her a job. and for the first time, she stopped running. But his wife saw the way he looked at her. And she knew that wasn't kindness. That was danger. So she told him, "Fire her, or I'm gone." He refused. And the next day, the alien girl returned with a baby. And none of them were ready for what came next. The wind rolled dust through the main road of outer docks like it was trying to bury the town alive. Signs creaked, half lit. Doors slammed with mechanical hisses. And Naira walked. No one looked at her for long. Some turned away. Others narrowed their eyes, their hands tightening instinctively around whatever they carried: bags, tools, children. She had stopped asking with words after the third rejection that morning. Now she just stepped into a place, waited, and watched their faces fall. A diner. A fuel station. A mechanic's bay. Always the same. "We don't hire off-worlders. Try Central if they still take your kind. You're gonna scare off real customers." She didn't argue. Didn't beg. Just left. By midday, her boots were lined with powdery soil. Her braid had loosened, strands of blue-black hair clinging to her cheeks. She smelled like heat and iron and days without shelter. That's when she found the corner diner. No neon. Just a rusted sign and a screen door that buzzed before it opened. She stepped in. It was quiet. The kind of quiet that had gotten used to itself. Booths faded by time. A few old men sat nursing recycled coffee, too tired to care who walked through the door. Behind the counter, a man looked up. Middle-aged. Graying beard. Apron stained from memory, not just food. She waited. He stared for a few seconds. Then set down the mug he was drying. "Looking for something?" She nodded. "No words." "Can you clean tables?" She nodded again. "Start now." No hesitation. No speech. Just like that. She moved. The cloth was worn but clean. Her hands moved efficiently. She didn't glance at the customers. Didn't linger. Just cleared dishes, wiped crumbs, stacked trays. The man watched her for a while. Then returned to the coffee machine. He didn't ask her name. She didn't offer it. That evening, he gave her a bowl of stew and pointed to the back. "You can sleep in the storage room. No locks." She sat cross-legged on the floor, the bowl cradled in her hands. She didn't eat quickly. She didn't seem hungry. She just existed. That night, Sam drove home later than usual. Laura noticed. She was sitting on the couch, one leg curled under her, reading reports from the border zone. She didn't look up. "You stayed open late." He hesitated. "Had help today?" She raised an eyebrow. "What kind of help?" Sam shrugged. "Some off-worlder. Quiet. Just cleans." Laura's book closed. "You brought an alien into our space. She's not a threat. Doesn't talk. Just works." Laura stood. Crossed the room in 3 slow steps. "Sam, we lost people to their kind. Real people. Our friends. She's not one of them. They are all the same. Just because she has a face like a ghost doesn't mean she doesn't carry a knife under it. Sam met her eyes. She looked like she was already dead. Laura flinched. Not from the words. From the way he said them. Like he had seen something in that girl he hadn't seen in her for years. She turned away. You'll fire her. Tomorrow. He didn't answer. In the diner, Naira curled up on the floor of the storage room. She didn't cry. Didn't pray. She placed one hand over her stomach. And closed her eyes. The rain came without warning. Thick drops against metal roofs. Sudden. Cold. The kind of storm that made the outer docks look even more forgotten than usual. Sam stood behind the counter of the diner, watching the street flood in minutes. The lights flickered. Old power grid. Older guilt. He hadn't fired her. Naira still came in every morning. Still worked in silence. Still left when the sun dipped behind the hills. And every night, Laura said less. But her silence cut deeper than her shouting ever had. Tonight, she'd said just one thing. Decide. Tomorrow. Her or me. Sam didn't answer. Because he didn't know how to say what he needed without breaking something that couldn't be repaired. He locked the diner early. Walked home under the storm, jacket pulled tight, boots splashing through puddles. The wind pushed at his back like it wanted to hurry him toward something he wasn't ready for. Laura was in the kitchen. Not cooking. Just standing, arms crossed, eyes hard. You didn't fire her? No. She nodded once. No drama. No tears. You think this is about jealousy? He stayed quiet. It's not. It's about history. You saw the reports. The checkpoints. What they've done. What we've had to bury. She's not them. Laura walked to the window. Watched the rain. Her voice was quieter now. And you're not you anymore. At least not the version that used to come home without shadows in his eyes. He had no answer for that. A knock at the door. Soft. Slow. They both turned. Sam opened it. Naira stood in a downpour, soaked to the bone, her braid undone, hair plastered to her face. In her arms wrapped in a threadbare cloth was a child. Small. Silent. Wide-eyed. The skin shimmered faintly under the porch light. Pale silver. Not quite hers. Not quite human. Sam's breath caught. He stepped aside without speaking. Naira entered like a shadow. She didn't ask. Didn't explain. She just stood in the middle of the living room, rain pooling at her feet, arms wrapped tightly around the child. Laura stared. What is that? Naira looked at her. Not defensive. Not pleading. Just tired. I can't run anymore, she said. The baby shifted, eyes blinking slowly, mouth opening in a quiet yawn. Laura backed away. You brought this into our home. I brought her nowhere, Naira replied. I only brought her here. Sam stepped forward. Reached out slowly. touched the edge of the cloth. The baby didn't flinch. Its fingers wrapped around one of his. He dropped to one knee. "What's her name?" Naira didn't answer right away. Her voice was barely there. "She doesn't have one." Laura laughed. "Not joy. Not humor. A sharp, dry thing. Of course not. Because she's not supposed to exist." Sam looked up. "She does now." Thunder rolled. The house shuddered. No one moved. Naira looked like she might collapse, but didn't. Laura looked like she might scream, but didn't. Sam looked at both of them and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Alive. Not happy. Not certain. Just present. "I don't want your help," Naira said. "I just want a place for her to sleep. One night. Then we'll go." Laura turned away. Sam took the child. "She'll stay," he said. He didn't ask permission. And no one offered forgiveness. The notice came at dawn. A government courier drone hovered outside the house, pulsing red and blue. Sam stepped out barefoot, robe pulled tight. The message blinked across the drone's visor. "Unregistered hybrid life form identified. Surrender required immediately. Failure to comply will result in sanction." He stared at it for a long moment. Then closed the door. Inside, Naira sat curled on the living room floor, the child asleep against her chest. Laura stood by the kitchen window, arms folded, jaw tight. "They know," Sam said. Laura didn't answer. "They want the baby?" Still nothing. Naira looked up. Her eyes were calm. Tired, but calm. "I'll go." "No," Sam said too quickly. Laura turned. "What do you mean no?" "She's not giving her up." Laura stepped closer. "Sam. This isn't a stray. It's a hybrid. It's illegal. This could get us both detained. We're not handing a baby over to them." "She's not our baby." Naira flinched, just slightly. Laura's voice cracked now. "You remember when we tried? 3 years. Tests. Drugs. That last miscarriage. And now what? You bring this thing into our home." "It's not like that," Sam said. "No? Then what is it?" "I don't know. But it's not her fault. It's not the baby's fault." Laura looked at him like she didn't recognize him anymore. "You wanted a child. I gave everything to give you that. And now you protect someone else's." Sam's face didn't change. "I'm protecting what's here. Right now. What matters?" Laura's eyes welled. But she didn't cry. She just stepped back. "I was your wife," she whispered. "But I'm not the one you chose to protect." No one stopped her when she walked out. Not even Sam. Naira didn't speak. She just rocked the baby slowly, whispering something in a language he didn't know. That night, Naira left. Sam woke to an open door, wind howling through the hallway. The baby's blanket was gone. So were her few belongings. She hadn't left a note. Just silence. And that same emptiness he used to feel before she came. But now it hurt more. Because he finally understood. He hadn't fallen in love with Naira. He'd fallen in love with a chance to be good again. And now that chance was gone. Sam searched the outer docks with a desperation he hadn't felt in years. Not when Laura first bled. Not when they packed the last crib away. Not when the silence between them became permanent. This was different. The storm had passed, leaving the streets slick and silver. He checked the diner, the alleys, even the rusted transport stations near the waste fields. Nothing. No trace. But he knew she wouldn't leave the zone. Not with the child. He found her just after midnight, in the shadow of the abandoned military depot Unit 12A, a place no one visited since the withdrawal. A broken place for broken people. The door creaked when he pushed it open. She didn't look up. Naira sat on a folded blanket, the child wrapped against her chest. Her head tilted slightly as she hummed. The melody was old. Human. Something Sam hadn't heard since childhood, a lullaby from Earth's northern provinces. Simple. Soothing. Almost holy in the way it filled the space. He stepped in. She kept singing. When the final note faded, she looked at him. Sam said nothing. Just walked over and sat beside her. The concrete was cold. The air smelled of oil and dust and forgotten orders. For a long time, there were no words. Finally, he asked, "Is she mine?" Naira didn't answer immediately. Then she shook her head. He nodded. No anger. No shock. "Do you know who the father is?" She looked away. Not with shame, just distance. "I was held at Sector V for 6 months. Interrogation camps don't leave names." The words were dry. Not bitter. Just fact. Sam felt something tear inside him. Not for what was done, but for how calmly she carried it. He looked at the baby. She blinked up at him with eyes too old for her age. "She has your quiet," he said. Naira almost smiled. "She likes your voice," she replied. They sat together in the half-dark. Outside, the wind shifted. The stars blinked like they were trying to remember how to shine. "I'm sorry," Sam said, finally. Naira didn't respond. He turned to her. Not for before. For now. For not coming sooner. She held the child tighter. "I didn't leave because I was angry," she said. "I left because I knew what would happen next. They'll come. They'll always come." Sam nodded. "Then let me be here until they do." She looked at him. Really looked. "What for?" "So you're not alone." The baby shifted, a small hand pressing against Sam's arm. Naira whispered something in her native tongue. A blessing. Or maybe a warning. He didn't ask which. They didn't move for a long time. Just breathed. And waited. Together. The order came at dawn. Patrol lights streaked across the sky. 3 drones, 2 transport units, 1 official carrier bearing the insignia of Sector Command. The broadcast repeated every 30 seconds. Unregistered off-worlder located. Surrender Naira veil and hybrid subject immediately. Compliance will result in leniency. Naira didn't flinch. She was already standing when Sam woke. Her bag was packed. The child slept quietly on a makeshift cot of blankets and rags. "I'm leaving," she said simply. "You don't have to." "I do." He stood slowly, looked at the child, then at her. "I won't let them take her." Naira didn't argue, didn't beg. She just touched the baby's forehead, whispered a word he didn't understand, and stepped toward the door. Sam scooped the child into his arms. "Where are you going?" she asked. He looked at her. The only answer in his eyes. "To where they'll see me first." He walked out of the depot, into the light. The patrols adjusted position instantly, locking onto his form. Voices shouted. Orders barked. Weapons raised. But Sam didn't stop. He kept walking until he stood at the edge of the landing zone. "This child is mine," he said. Calm. Firm. "She stays with me." The lead officer stepped forward. Helmeted. Unmoving. "That child is not fully human. She must be processed. She's alive. That's all that matters." Tension held the air hostage. From the edge of the depot ruins, Naira watched. Silent. Distant. Not stepping forward. Not interfering. She knew what this was. It wasn't sacrifice. It was choice. And he had made it. A vehicle approached. Laura. She stepped out slowly, eyes locked on Sam, then on the child in his arms. Her breath caught. Sam didn't look away. Laura walked until she stood a few feet behind him. "He's serious," she said, her voice low. The officer didn't move. Laura looked at the baby. Then at Naira in the distance. Then at Sam. Tears welled, but she didn't cry. She nodded. And turned away. She walked back to her vehicle. Drove off without another word. Naira stepped closer now. Slowly. Carefully. The soldiers didn't stop her. She stood beside Sam but didn't reach for the child. Instead, she said only, "You don't owe me this." He looked at her. Eyes soft. Certain. "I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because I can." The baby stirred. Blinked. The officer finally lowered his weapon. Custodial rights registered. Responsibility assumed. If any harm comes to the child. "It won't," Sam said. The squad turned. Left. The drones pulled away. The sky returned to stillness. Sam stood there a moment longer, the baby in his arms. When he turned to Naira, she was already walking away. She didn't look back. She didn't have to. Because sometimes, the only ending worth anything, is knowing you were finally believed. And for Sam, standing alone on the edge of everything he thought he knew, holding a child that wasn't his by blood but his by choice, there was no regret. Only breath. And silence. And something close to peace. He didn't know her name. just that she was kneeling, covered in mud, shackled in silence. His orders were simple. Make her submit. But when the water hit her skin, she didn't scream. She looked at him. And that moment rewrote the war. This is not a story about victory. This is a story about the silence that outlasted violence. You're watching UFO Love and Hate, Human Stories from Beyond the Stars. The corridor reeked of chemical disinfectants and something older like metal scorched by screams. Jordan didn't flinch. He'd been assigned to the lower decks before. This wasn't his first transfer. Just his first time being ordered to participate. He walked with the others down the grating-lined ramp into the pit. That's what they called it. Not a cell block, not a detention wing. The pit. Because once someone was sent there, they didn't come back up. Floodlights buzzed overhead. White, sterile. Designed not for illumination, but for exposure. No shadows. No dignity. The prisoner had already been dragged in. Jordan saw her kneeling in the center of the basin, if it could even be called that. Just rust-stained concrete slope to drain what was left behind. Blood, piss, memory. She was barefoot. Her body streaked with dried mud and sweat. Her hair, long and silver like thread drawn from a dying star, hung wet against her back. Torn fabric clung to her barely clothing. Mostly remnant. No chains. No collar. Just posture. She wasn't tied because she didn't need to be. She wasn't going anywhere. The commanding officer handed Jordan the pressure wand. Thick, metal, with 2 settings, sterilize and subdue. You're new, the officer said, tone casual. Make sure she's clean. A few of the others chuckled. One whistled. Jordan nodded without speaking. Took the wand. Felt its weight. He stepped into the basin. His boots splashed into stagnant water. The prisoner didn't raise her head. He circled her once, the way you might walk around a statue you're told to destroy. She didn't move. Didn't brace. Just knelt. Her skin shimmered faintly under the lights. Not with beauty, there was nothing romantic about it. Just raw. Exposed. Covered in the kind of grime you earn surviving bombs, not dirt. Jordan lifted the wand. Flicked the nozzle open. Water blasted from the tip like a gunshot. The force of it cracked against her back, tossing strands of hair forward. Mud peeled away in sheets. Skin reddened. She didn't scream. He moved to her shoulder. Sprayed again. She didn't flinch. He circled to her front. The pressure raked across her ribs. Still nothing. Not a sound. Not a wince. Only her eyes moved. They found his. Jordan hesitated. He had expected defiance. Rage. Begging. Something he could categorize, file away. But her eyes held none of that. They weren't empty. They weren't dead. They were aware. And worse, they were patient. He adjusted the wand. Hit her leg. Behind the knee. A place that usually breaks people. Nothing. Another burst. Closer to the face. Her lips parted but not in pain. In breath. She was breathing. He dropped the wand. The clatter echoed across the basin. Loud. Sharp. Everyone above the pit looked down. Some leaned in, curious. A few frowned. Joran stepped back. His boots scraped metal. She was still looking at him. He turned away first. No one said anything. No one had to. The lights buzzed on. She remained kneeling, water soaking into the concrete beneath her. The filth had been washed off, but she wasn't clean. Joran walked out of the pit with his jaw clenched, hands shaking where no one could see. That night, he didn't eat. Couldn't sleep. Not because of guilt. Because of the silence. It hadn't been the lack of sound that haunted him. It was the way she never needed it to be heard. Joran waited until lights out. Shift change left the lower corridors half patrolled, and the surveillance nodes always lagged for a few minutes between handovers. He'd memorized the blind spots on his first week not because he planned to use them, but because everyone did. Secrets didn't last in the pit. They fermented. He slipped past the second gate, down into the detention wing that smelled of wet stone and something metallic, not quite blood, but not far. He didn't bring a weapon. Just a wrapped cloth bundle and a flask of clean water. The lights inside her cell were dim, flickering. Intentional. A design choice meant to wear down the eyes and the will. She sat in the corner. Same posture. Knees drawn, hands resting atop them. Awake, but unmoving. She didn't turn when he entered. Didn't react at all. He cleared his throat. No response. I need to know, he said. Why didn't you scream? She turned her head just slightly. Just enough for the light to catch her cheekbone, a streak of dried skin that hadn't been touched by water or time. Because you weren't listening for anything human. Her voice wasn't hoarse. It wasn't cold either. Just quiet. Functional. Like it had been saved for something important, and this barely made the list. He sat down, not too close. Set the cloth on the floor between them. Opened it to reveal a piece of soft fabric, worn but clean. A blanket. And a flask. She looked at neither. You don't have to thank me, he said. I wasn't going to. He almost laughed, but the weight in his chest made it come out wrong. He stared at the wall for a while. The silence expanded, touched every corner of the cell, like mist. They said you're high caste, he offered eventually. Important. A diplomat, maybe. She blinked slowly. I'm no longer important to them. Then why keep quiet? I've seen how humans listen when they think they are being merciful. It's louder than torture. He swallowed hard. The blanket sat there untouched. She hadn't moved since he arrived. But then, as the room sank further into darkness, she reached for it. Not quickly. Not with need. But with calculation. Like it wasn't comfort she wanted, but the memory of it. Her fingers brushed the fabric. Paused. He noticed the slightest tremor in her hand. It stopped when she pulled the cloth closer and folded it neatly in her lap. I don't know your name, he said. You don't need to, I want to. She tilted her head. Just a fraction. Why? Because I can't forget your face. Her lips parted. Almost a reaction. Almost. You think knowing me will absolve you? He shook his head. No. But not knowing you feels like erasing you. Another silence. This one didn't feel hostile. Just fragile. He stood. She didn't follow his movement. Just kept the blanket folded. I'll come back, he said. Why? Because I think you've been alone long before this war? She looked at him then. Really looked. Not with judgment. Not even surprise. Only recognition. He stepped out, leaving the flask behind. As the door sealed, the lights dimmed completely. But he thought maybe she held the blanket just a little tighter. Joran stood at attention as Commander Ralitha's boots clicked against the metal floor. The older man always moved like he wanted everyone to hear him coming. Authority by echo. Ralith didn't glance at Joran until he was close enough to smell the engine oil on his jacket. I hear you've been spending extra time on the lower tier, Ralith said. Joran said nothing. I don't care what you think you're doing down there. Talking to it. Feeding it. You're not a savior, Joran. You're a soldier. Joran's jaw tightened. One more visit, Ralith said, his tone sharp as a blade's back. And your access gets revoked. Permanently. You won't even see a barrack wall again, let alone a cell. Yes, sir, Joran replied, voice flat. Ralith turned, satisfied. But as his footsteps retreated, something in Joran's chest stayed clenched. That night, he went back. Not through the front. Through the crawl pipe above the old ventilation grid. He dropped down just outside the auxiliary hall that connected to the detention wing. The silence there wasn't peaceful. It pressed against the skull. When he reached her cell, she was already awake. Or maybe she never slept. She didn't turn when he opened the hatch. You came back, she said. They told me not to. She didn't answer. Didn't need to. He sat down on the opposite wall. She hadn't moved the blanket from last time. It remained folded in her lap. Her hands rested on it like she was afraid the weight would disappear. There's something I've been trying to understand, Joran said. She waited. They are afraid of you. Even the commanders. Why? She was silent for a while. Then, because they broke something they didn't understand. He tilted his head. Before the breach, she continued, I was in negotiations. High table. Trade systems, military boundaries. We came close to a pact. But humans don't like peace unless it's written in ash. His breath caught slightly. You were part of the last treaty? I wrote it. They burned it. And blamed the smoke on us. She looked up. Her eyes met his, not with anger, but with the slow exhaustion of someone who has told the truth too many times to too many walls. They branded me traitor to my own. Enemy to yours. Convenient, isn't it? He swallowed. Why didn't you run? She blinked. There was nowhere left that didn't speak in fire. Joran pressed his palms to his knees. The metal was cold, grounding. Her voice stayed in his ears long after she stopped speaking. You said you wrote the treaty. You never told me your name. I didn't. Why? Because if I give it to you, you'll speak it. And someone will make it mean something again. That's not safe for either of us. His heart ached at the simplicity of it. She leaned her head back against the wall. Closed her eyes for the first time he'd seen. But you can call me what they won't, she whispered. He leaned forward. What's that? She opened her eyes again. Alive. Neither of them moved. He wanted to say something. A dozen things. But everyone felt like an interruption. She looked at him like she saw the war behind his eyes. Not the uniform. Not the guilt. Just the ache of someone finally seeing clearly. He stood, hesitated. Then knelt, still not touching her. Still not reaching across that last invisible line. I'll come back, he said. I know, she replied. And for the first time, she unfolded the blanket and placed it over her own shoulders. Like it belonged there. The evacuation order came at dawn. No sirens. Just the quiet urgency of soldiers moving with too much purpose and too little explanation. A transport ship had docked at Bay 4. Orders were clear: clear the lower pit. Process the prisoner. Terminate if transfer wasn't viable. Joran didn't wait for clarification. He found her cell unlocked before the guards could arrive. Not because they forgot, but because someone wanted it easy. Simple. She stood when he entered. No surprise. No questions. They're coming, he said. I know. He held out a uniform, oversized, old, unmarked. The kind worn by tech staff no one looked at. In his other hand, a tablet rigged with a forged work order. Maintenance is moving through the auxiliary corridors. I can take you through the wiring accessed shaft and into the docking wing. No one will stop us until the last checkpoint. She didn't take the uniform. Just looked at it. You're risking everything. I already did. Silence filled the space between them. Not resistance. Not trust. Something in between. She took the uniform. Folded it carefully. Then dressed. Minutes later, they were moving through the corridor, white light buzzing overhead, boots echoing on sterile floor. Her head was lowered, face obscured beneath a standard issue cap. They passed two squads. No one looked. At the final junction, Joran hesitated. Behind the next door was the external gate. It was unwatched, time to open with a docking cycle. He turned to her. This is it. She studied the door. Then him. And smiled. But not the kind he expected. You think surrender looks like silence, she said softly. It's not. It's strategy. Then she walked away. Not through the open gate, but toward the central processing wing. Wait, he said, stepping forward. She turned, just enough. If I run, they win twice. First by branding me guilty. Then by making me act like I am. You don't have to die for the truth to mean something. I'm not dying, she said. Her voice had changed. Still quiet. But not soft. I'm delivering it. She touched the inside of her wrist. For a second, her skin flickered bioluminescent lines lighting up beneath the surface. A signature pattern. One encoded with diplomatic clearance, treaty terms, and war history. Stored in her blood. That's the original accord, he asked, stunned. It never left me? 2 guards entered the far hall. She raised her hands. Calm. Commanding. Joran started to follow, but she looked back. Don't, she said. He froze. This is the first thing I get to decide since they erased me. Let me choose it. She walked forward, hands raised, light from the ceiling forming a white halo around her. Her collar shimmered faintly, not as a restraint but as a symbol of what had failed to contain her. Joran stayed where he was. The door closed between them without sound. And for a long time, he stood there. Not because he'd lost her, but because he finally understood what it meant to let someone go, not in grief, but in faith. The sky above Varese 4 was always pale. Not gray, not blue. Just pale, like something forgotten. Joran had lived beneath it for 10 years. Out past the market hub, beyond the freight lines, in a modest workshop lined with rusted tools and half-working transmitters. He fixed things. Kept machines running. Talked very little. Children from the outer sector came on weekends, when weather allowed. They were part of a study program: history, diplomacy, ethics. Sometimes they asked questions. Most days, Joran stayed in the back. But today, one of them waited at his door. She was no older than 15. Sharp eyes. Wind-bitten skin. Sir, she said, were you there when the war ended? Joran looked up from the circuit board he was soldering. He didn't answer. They said you knew her, the girl continued. The woman from the treaty. The one who stopped everything. He set his tools down. Not abruptly. Carefully. He stood and walked to the back wall, where a drawer sat beneath old paper maps and forgotten calibrators. From it, he pulled a sheet folded, faded, soft at the edges. He handed it to the girl. A drawing. 3 figures. One tall. One kneeling. One standing between them, neither bowed nor raised, just looking. Between them, a line. Water, maybe. Or light. Hard to tell. Is this her? The girl asked. Joran nodded. She didn't speak much, he said quietly. But everything changed after she stopped talking to us, and started listening for peace. The girl didn't reply. Just held the drawing like it might tear if she blinked too hard. Why don't people talk about her more? She asked. Because no one likes to admit they were saved by someone they tried to destroy. A long pause. But she surrendered. Joran turned his gaze to the window. The sky was still pale. Always would be. No, he said. She reclaimed something. From all of us. The girl nodded slowly. Do you miss her? He didn't answer right away. I carry her, he said at last. She left quietly. No more questions. The drawing stayed with her. That evening, Joran sat outside, beside the power cells humming low with evening heat. The sun dropped gently, the same way she had walked, deliberate, unspectacular, final. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small folded cloth. Red. Soft from wear. One corner burned. He unfolded it and laid it across his lap. Not as a monument. Just as memory. Somewhere inside, the world still argued over what ended the war. But Joran knew. It wasn't a weapon. It was a woman who refused to kneel. And the silence she left behind was enough. She never raised a weapon. She never shouted. But when the galaxy turned away, she knelt in the mud, looked straight at her enemy, and didn't blink. That was all it took. Some wars end with silence. And some names don't need to be spoken to be remembered. Thank you for watching. UFO Love and Hate, where not all stories end in fire, but all begin with humanity. He gave the order. Fall back. Leave her. And she did. Not because she wanted to, but because she had no legs left to follow him. That was 5 years ago. He thought she was dead. Until he found her. Alive. Breathing. In a wheelchair made of rusted red steel. Built from the wreckage he left behind. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She just didn't look at him. And somehow, that hurt more than anything she could have said. This isn't a story about war. It's a story about what's left standing when the war forgets to kill you. Smoke bled through the sky like ink and water. Kale crouched behind the shattered hull of a dropship, blood crusted along his cheek, his breath hot and ragged inside the filtered helmet. Above him, the static buzz of orbital comms screamed for attention. Unit Delta 9, disengage and retreat. Authorization Bravo Echo. Immediate withdrawal. Repeat, full extraction. Leave all non-essential assets. The words hit like a hammer. He turned, scanning the chaos. Flames climbed twisted metal. The dust from impact craters turned everything bronze and ash. Movement flashed to his left, shadows, hostile signatures. And there she was. Vetra. Half her armor torn, dragging one leg behind her as she fired blindly into the smoke. Her breath came in bursts through the comms, but she didn't scream. She never did. Kale, she managed, voice cracked, cover fire. 10 seconds. I can make it. He raised his weapon. His finger twitched. But the COMM buzzed again. You have 5 seconds to comply, Commander. Evac route compromised in 30. Extraction window closing. Behind him, the rest of the squad had already begun pulling back, running into the scorched corridor that led to the evac zone. The pilot's voice screamed through the channel. Kale, now or never? He looked back at her. Vetra's eyes, those pale, silver-green eyes, met his. She wasn't afraid. She wasn't begging. She just believed he'd hold the line. He turned. Ran. Didn't look back. The evac ship roared like a god above them, wind blasting the rubble. Kale stumbled aboard as the ramp lifted, heart pounding so hard it drowned out the war. He sat in silence. The rest of the squad cheered. Mission complete, objective secure. But Kale didn't speak. He stared at the ground. Tried to justify. She knew the risks. She was just another soldier. The order was clear. He had to make a call. The team over the individual. One for the many. Protocol. But none of that explained why he couldn't breathe. The explosion came as they crossed the outer perimeter. A sharp bloom of red on the horizon. Someone said, "That must have been where we left her?" And no one responded. They wrote her name into the record 3 days later. Betrayal, presumed Kia. No body recovered. No beacon signal. No comms. Just a line of text in a mission debrief. Filed. Forgotten. Kale read that report 100 times. Each time, the same sentence echoed in his mind. She didn't beg. And still he left. Some nights, he'd wake from dreams where she was crawling through the rubble, voice hoarse from smoke, saying his name. Other nights, she didn't speak at all. She just stared at him. Just like she had 10 seconds before he ran. In those dreams, he always said he was sorry. But even there, she never answered. The desert hadn't changed. Just whitened. Swallowed more bones. Kale stood on the ridge with sand brushing his boots, heat lines blurring the horizon. In the distance, the remains of Outpost Dren. The last place he'd seen her. He hadn't come here by accident. Rumors had spread across mercenary channels of a half-machine survivor, armored in scarlet, confined to wheels and silence. Kale paid to trace it. Bribed a trader for coordinates. And still, he thought, it can't be her. But his pulse said otherwise. He walked. The outpost had collapsed into itself. Rusted towers like broken teeth. Ash-burned barricades. But beyond the ruins, in the shade of a fractured supply hangar, someone moved. A low whir. Metal scraping stone. She emerged from the shadows. Her frame was unmistakable. Smaller than he remembered, maybe, but forged of the same stillness. Red armor flaked with age clung to her torso, scorched and soldered. Her legs gone below the knees, replaced by articulated supports mounted to a wheeled exo-frame. Vetra. She rolled out into the sun and paused. Not because of him. Just because the light hit different now. Kale froze. He opened his mouth. Nothing came out. She didn't flinch. Didn't react. Just looked past him. Not at him. She moved to a crate, lifted a disassembled blaster, and began to clean it like he wasn't there at all. He stepped closer. Vetra. Her hand didn't pause. Her shoulders didn't tighten. She didn't speak. He stood in her shadow now. Closer than he'd been in years. The scent of solder, sweat, and old silence between them. You made it. Still, no reply. I thought you were. She looked up. Just once. And in that look, everything he'd feared was true. Not anger. Not hatred. Just absence. Like whatever part of her had trusted him was amputated along with the rest. She went back to cleaning. Kale stepped back. He wanted to say sorry. To fall to his knees. To explain what orders meant. What survival cost. But the desert held its breath. And Vetra didn't need his reasons. She needed silence. So he gave her that. And watched her turn away again. Kale stayed. He set up camp near the ruins just close enough that she could see the fire if she wanted to, just far enough that she didn't have to. Each day, he returned. He brought parts, bolts, relays, things she might use for her chair, or her weapons, or whatever else she did in that quiet fortress of dust and ash. He offered them without words, laying them down near the doorway like offerings. She never thanked him. But she never refused. Sometimes, she used them. He'd see the new welds, the upgraded motor nodes, the cleaner joints. Not acknowledgement. Just utility. He started repairing the collapsed hangar wall. Reinforcing it with salvaged plates. Clearing away the debris. Slowly, methodically. She let him. He cooked once. Left the food in sealed rations where she could find them. The next day, they were gone. Not a word. Not a glance. Days passed like smoke. She worked every morning, training her upper limbs with resistance coils fashioned from old exogear. Her breath was steady, eyes locked on nothing. Each movement surgical. Purposeful. Not for strength. For escape. She was rebuilding herself. Not to stay. But to go. And still, he stayed. He watched the wind carry her hair when her helmet was off, and sometimes, only sometimes, he let himself remember the sound of her voice. Then one night, the wind died. The stars came out, brutal and sharp. He found her outside the hangar, staring at the sky. Her wheels locked. Her armor stripped down to just her frame and harness. He sat near her. Not beside. Far enough for safety. Close enough for courage. He waited. She said nothing. He didn't look at her when he asked, "Why didn't you call for me?" Her head tilted slightly. He finally turned to face her. Her eyes met his. Clear. Direct. Inevitable. She said, "I did." A pause. Then, "You answered." With silence. He felt it like impact. Like bullets he never saw coming. His breath caught. His fingers curled into fists. She looked away. "It wasn't the leaving," she said. "I understood the order. I would have done the same." Her voice was soft. No edge. "It was that you never came back. Not to check. Not to know." Kale lowered his head. He had nothing left to offer. Nothing that would matter. And she didn't need an apology. She needed truth. So he gave her the only one he had. "I was afraid." A long silence. Then a whisper. "So was I. But I crawled." He didn't sleep that night. Because now he knew. He hadn't been punished by her silence. He'd earned it. He left it beside her crate while she was out training. No note. No gesture. Just a small, matte black data capsule, the kind used for military-grade encryption and classified files. It hummed faintly when touched, alive with something waiting to be opened. Vetra saw it when she returned. She stared at it for a long time, like it might explode. She didn't touch it. Not that day. The sun passed. The wind rose. The silence returned. She trained again the next morning. Ate. Cleaned her armor. Repaired a faulty servo in her chair's left axis. Slept. Ignored it. And still, it waited. On the third day, at dusk, she sat across from it. She turned it over in her hands. Simple. Unmarked. No biometric lock. No threat. Just quiet intention. She tapped it against the table once. Then pressed her thumb to the activation node. A soft pulse of light blinked. And a voice played. His voice. I left you once. You survived. This time, I leave you a way to walk again. That's all I have left. A pause. The breath in his throat. You don't owe me anything. Not your time. Not your eyes. Not your forgiveness. I'm not asking for any of it. A flicker of static. But there's a place. A mid-reconstruction outpost. Hidden, off-record. Coordinates are embedded. They don't ask questions. And they don't care about what the war did to your body. Only what you want to do with what's left of it. Another pause. I carried this data for years. I thought one day I'd sell it. Trade it. Use it. But the truth is, I think I was keeping it for you. I just didn't know until now. Then silence. She stared at the capsule. The small light faded. She didn't cry. Didn't speak. Just held it in her hand, like it weighed more than it should. Outside, the wind shifted again. A slow current, like something exhaling. She turned off the lamp. Sat in the dark. The stars were the same. But something inside her wasn't. Not forgiven. Not healed. Just acknowledged. And sometimes, that was enough to make someone reach for something they never thought they'd want again. The station was bright. Too clean. Too loud. Kale stood in the outer courtyard of the med complex on Niref 3, one hand wrapped around a metal railing, the other tucked into the pocket of his coat. His eyes scanned the steady river of movement patients, medtechs, off-worlders in polished gear. And then he saw her. She moved like silence. No announcement. No ceremony. Vetra. She wasn't in red anymore. Her armor was replaced with a dark coat, simple and tight. But it was her. He would know her in any body. Her walk was steady. Her balance perfect. But it wasn't the precision of machines that caught him. It was the absence of struggle. Two cybernetic legs carried her forward, each step deliberate, smooth. Not prideful. Not fragile. Just earned. She didn't limp. Didn't pause. And she didn't look at anyone. Not even him. She passed within meters. The crowd parted like it felt something, someone different moving through. Kale didn't move. Didn't call out. She walked past. And as she did, one hand brushed the edge of her coat. Just for a second, her fingers tapped lightly against the side of her waist exactly where the old data capsule had once been clipped. No glance. No word. Just that. Then she was gone. Into the complex. Into whatever came next. Kale exhaled. His grip on the railing loosened. She didn't forgive him. But she walked again. And that, somehow, was enough. She never looked back. Not because she hated him. Not because she forgot. But because she finally had something ahead of her. That didn't need his shadow to exist. And maybe that's what redemption really is. Not being welcomed home. But knowing you gave someone enough to walk away from you. And never need to come back. Thank you for watching. This isn't a love story. It's a survival story. And those hurt longer. But they last longer, too. He bought her for silence. No name. No past. Just a collar that glowed and a stare that never blinked. She didn't beg. She didn't speak. But every night, when the collar pulsed, it wasn't fear in her eyes. It was memory. And when the world finally burned again, she didn't run. She rose. This isn't a story about saving her. It's about what happens when the thing you tried to own remembers it was once a queen. The air on Tav Rose 9 always smelled like rust and lies. Rail adjusted the scarf around his mouth, dust crunching beneath his boots as he stepped into the market zone. The sun here didn't shine at pressed. A thick orange haze settled over everything, making metal scream when it expanded and sweat itch where it dried. The kind of place where men sold anything they couldn't carry, and bought anything they weren't supposed to own. She was in the back. Crouched. Not chained to the wall like the others, just seated, legs folded, arms resting loosely around her knees. Her skin was green, not the vibrant kind from royal bloodlines, but a faded olive shade, as if hope had been stripped from the pigment itself. The collar around her neck glowed faintly. Pale blue lines pulsed under the surface like veins lit from within. Not mechanical. Not biological. Something between. Something wrong. The vendor didn't have a name, only scars and prices. This one doesn't talk. Doesn't fight. Been like that since we pulled her off the wreck 3 months back. Rail didn't answer. He was already walking closer. She didn't look up when he approached. Not at first. But when he stopped in front of her, when his shadow fell across her face, she raised her head and looked straight into him. Her eyes weren't pleading. Weren't afraid. They were still. Like the surface of water before something breaks through. Rail felt something shift inside his ribs. He didn't like it. How much? The vendor named a number. Rail didn't haggle. He handed over the credits and took the chain, not even a chain, really, just a length of synthetic fiber linked to the back of her collar. She rose without a word. No limp. No hesitation. She walked beside him, not behind. Back at the outpost, Rail didn't speak. Neither did she. He gestured to the spare cot. She sat. He handed her water. She didn't drink. He turned away. She watched him. He could feel it, the weight of her gaze. Not accusing. Not curious. Just there. Present. Like gravity. The collar hummed softly in the silence. He studied it later, when she slept. Tried to scan it. Failed. Whatever tech it was, it resisted every system he had. The glow changed color, once flickered green for a moment when his fingers brushed it too long. She didn't stir. The next day, he asked her name. She didn't answer. He wasn't sure if she couldn't or wouldn't. But that night, he heard her hum. A low sound. Barely audible. Not a tune. Just a vibration. As if the silence around her had grown too heavy, and she was pushing back in the only way she could. Rael lay awake, listening. He didn't know why he bought her. Not really. He told himself it was convenience. Cheap labor. A pair of hands for loading, for cooking, for patching gear. But she hadn't lifted a tool. Hadn't spoken. Hadn't obeyed. And yet he didn't want to let her go. It wasn't control. He didn't feel powerful around her. He felt seen. And that was worse. The third day, a skirmish broke out in the northern sector. Rael left her behind. Locked the outer door. Told himself it was for her safety. When he came back, the door was open. She was sitting exactly where he left her. Except the collar was dimmer. And there were burn marks on the threshold. He didn't ask. She didn't explain. But for the first time, he wondered who had been imprisoned, her, or the collar. And whether he'd brought her home. Or into another cage. It happened on the fifth night. The outpost was quiet, save for the hum of power cells and the distant crackle of the sand wind against the reinforced hull. Rael was sleeping on the bench near the door, rifle half-cocked beside him, boots still on. He woke to light. Not the overhead kind. Not even the flicker from faulty wiring. A pulse. Slow. Alive. He turned. Lyria lay still on the cot, but her collar was glowing brighter than before. Not blue now. Red. Deep, molten red, like the inside of a forge. And her skin. Lines of light were spreading across it. Not surface reflections. Subdermal, like pathways carved into her from the inside out. Like veins remembering fire. Her hands were clenched. Her breathing shallow. A faint tremor shook her limbs. Her eyes remained shut. Rael moved to her side, unsure whether to wake her or not. Then she gasped. A soft, strangled sound, barely audible. Her back arched. The collar flared. And the air above her cracked like heat hitting frozen glass. A shimmer opened in front of Rael, maybe a foot wide. Not a screen. Not a hologram. A memory. The image hung there, trembling. Bodies. Ash. Metal twisted into thrones. A battlefield drenched in smoke and colorless flame. And at the center, she stood. Not as she was now, not bent or silent. She stood tall, armored in something pulsing with its own breath. Her hands were raised. Not pleading. Commanding. Around her soldiers. Not of her kind. Some human. Some hybrid. All kneeling. And she did not look at them. She looked up. The shimmer shattered like glass hit by sound. Rail fell back. The cot rocked. The light from her collar snapped off like someone had severed a connection. She lay still again. But her eyes were open now. Watching him. He didn't speak. Didn't breathe. She didn't blink. The glow under her skin receded slowly, like fire withdrawing into embers. He realized his hand was outstretched, hovering over her arm. He pulled it back. She sat up. "What was that?" he whispered. She tilted her head. Not confusion. Not play. Deliberate silence. He swallowed. "You were leading them. That was real. That was." She lowered her gaze. Not ashamed. Not afraid. Just done. He stood and paced, heart thudding like a drum inside his ribs. She had been a leader. A weapon. A symbol. Now she was here. In his spare cot. Bought. Collared. Wordless. It didn't fit. And suddenly, he didn't feel like the one who had the power in this room. He turned to face her again. "Are you dangerous?" She didn't move. "Should I be afraid of you?" At that, a flicker. Her eyes lifted. And for the briefest second, he saw it. The part of her that remembered being feared. Not for what she could do but for what she could choose not to do. Then it was gone. She lay back. Closed her eyes. The collar pulsed once. Soft. Blue. He didn't sleep the rest of the night. Because he wasn't afraid she would hurt him. He was afraid he'd already hurt someone who used to hold fire in her hands. The collar was not what he thought. Rail had assumed it was a shackle. A leash. A way to keep her contained, suppressed. Maybe it had once been that. But it was more. He found out when the station scanner picked up encrypted transmissions not outbound, not traceable, but pulsing softly in the air every few hours. Like a breath. Like a heartbeat. Coming from her. He ran the scan again. Filtered it through military-grade decryption. What he saw didn't make sense. Emotion signatures. Tiny bursts of neurofeedback. Thought fragments. Heart rate changes. A map of her psyche, bleeding out through the collar like invisible smoke. Being sent, somewhere. Someone was watching her. Everything she felt. Every flinch. Every silence. Every time she touched the cot, or didn't eat, or looked at him longer than she should. All of it. Data. He stormed into the room. She sat by the wall, legs folded, calm. As always. He held the tablet up. "You knew." She didn't blink. "Since the beginning. Since I brought you here. You were feeding them. Still nothing. Me. My voice. my decisions, my doubts. All of it went through you. She looked at him, finally. You were never mine, he said. Not for a second. And then she spoke. For the first time since he bought her. I needed someone who wouldn't see me. Rael froze. Her voice was quiet. Even. Not cold. Not warm. Like metal under shade. You were perfect. He staggered back. He thought he'd been the observer. The one with leverage. But she had studied him. Tracked him. Let him believe she was broken so he would never look deep enough to find out what she still had left. She stood. Walked toward him. He didn't move. She reached up, touched the collar gently, and the blue light pulsed once. Then faded to gray. They stopped watching 3 days ago, she said. He didn't ask why. He already knew. She had shown them what they needed. Maybe more. And now? Now she didn't need to be seen. Because she was ready to move. The first blast hit just after midnight. Rael was reaching for a ration pack when the walls trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling. Lights flickered. Then came the sound, not an explosion, but a pressure shift like the air had been yanked out of the room and slammed back in. He grabbed his weapon and ran. Outside, chaos. Figures in black armor dropped from low-hovering transports. Flash grenades bloomed in the street. Civilians scattered like kicked insects. Someone screamed. Someone else didn't make a sound at all. The syndicate. They were here for something. Or someone. He turned back toward the room. She was already standing. Not hiding. Not afraid. Still. Her collar pulsed white this time. Then red. And then it shattered. Not broke. Exploded. But instead of damage, the fragments hung in the air, orbiting her throat like pieces of a halo. The glow intensified. From her spine, thin lines of light shot outward, mapping themselves into symbols above her shoulders, like forgotten runes made of plasma. The air bent around her. Rael stumbled back. The attackers noticed her now. Too late. She moved. Not fast. Not desperate. With precision. With purpose. Energy streamed from her arms, crystallizing midair into blades of violet light. She stepped into the nearest soldier, cut through him before he could raise his weapon. Turned. Slashed. Dropped another. Rael fired at a third, missed, ducked. He didn't know where she had gone. Then he looked up. She was above them, leaping from the roof, hair flaming in the glow of her own fury. Her body a weapon. Her silence a scream. He had seen soldiers fight. He had seen rage. But this was something else. This was reclamation. They tried to net her. The nets burned. They tried to shock her. She absorbed it. She was becoming what the collar had restrained, a myth they tried to forget. One soldier got behind Rael. Fired. He took the hit to the shoulder. Fell hard. Blood soaked the dust beneath him. Vision doubled. Sound blurred. Somewhere in the light and fire, he saw her, cutting through the last of them, then stopping, turning. Her eyes found him. They didn't widen, didn't flinch, just held him. And in that look, for the first time, she asked a question. Not with her mouth, with her presence. "Do you see me now?" He tried to speak. Couldn't. She walked toward him, kneeling. Put her hand gently on his chest. Warmth surged through him. Not healing. Not magic. Just truth. He had never owned her. He had never saved her. But maybe now, finally, he had seen her. And then everything went dark. The first thing he noticed was the silence. No alarms. No chaos. Just the soft whir of recycled air and the steady beep of monitors nearby. Rail blinked slowly, vision adjusting to white light, soft sheets, a needle in his arm. He was alive. A month, the medic said. Unconscious. Infection. Surgery. But he had pulled through. He asked about her. No one knew. No reports. No witnesses. The syndicate team had been wiped out, and all footage from the night was corrupted beyond recovery. They assumed it was sabotage. Rail didn't correct them. He waited until the medtech left, then reached for the pile of folded clothes beside the bed. His jacket had been cleaned, patched. Inside the left pocket, something waited. A shard. Translucent. Warm to the touch. One of the collar fragments. And attached to it, a small chip. He inserted it into the bedside reader. A single audio file. Her voice, quiet. Steady. Next time I fall, I want to know who'll come back for me. That was all. The file ended. The screen went black. Rail sat still for a long time. Then he stood. Not quickly. Not dramatically. But with purpose. He dressed. Packed. Checked out. Didn't ask for transport. Didn't explain. He didn't know where she had gone. But maybe she didn't need to be chased. Maybe she just needed someone who would walk in her direction. No leash. No chain. Just choice. He kept the shard. Not as a symbol, but as a reminder that he had once been blind. And now, finally, he wasn't. Not her master. Not her enemy. Just a man trying to be worthy of the fire she carried. He didn't save her. He didn't free her. She did all that on her own. But maybe, just maybe, he learned how not to be another cage. Some scars don't fade. Some truths don't need words. And some women were never meant to be owned. They were meant to be witnessed. Thank you for watching UFO Love and Hate. If her silence said something to you, you're exactly where you need to be. He was sent to her bed. Not to love her, but to break her. The alien queen was dangerous. Powerful. The last hope of a dying world. So they gave him a mission. Seduce her. Earn her trust. Deliver the kill command when she's most human /n/Nan the one who gave that order? His wife /n/N but no one expected what came next /n/N because when he touched her, she didn't beg. She remembered. And when his wife saw what he had become in her presence, not a soldier, not a spy, just a man who finally felt alive, she had a choice. Save the mission, or destroy her husband /n/N. Stay with this story, because some love stories don't burn fast. They detonate at the speed of betrayal. The shuttle descended in silence. Not the technical kind. Engines hummed beneath him. The hull trembled with atmospheric resistance, but the human kind. The silence of someone preparing to lie for a living. Eliur adjusted the cuff of his uniform, eyes fixed on the viewport. Below, the ice moon of Salvar's 6 shimmered like a mirror cracked in half. The diplomatic station stood like a needle plunged into its heart. Cold, clinical, and always watching. He heard Amelia's voice before he saw her face projected into his earpiece with calm authority. "You'll have 48 hours, she said. She doesn't trust anyone. But she's tired. Let her want you. That's your way in. And if she doesn't, then make her." He wanted to ask something softer. Something that reminded her they once shared a bed instead of missions. But there was no space for softness in this assignment. Not when the fate of 2 species balanced on the edge of a single misstep. Valera, the so-called Queen of the Ashen Rebellion. To most on Earth, she was a terrorist with a crown. To Amelia, she was leverage. A piece of a game board. Something that had to bend, or break. To Eliur, she was a name on a classified file. Until now. The station's interior was sharp and bright, designed not to comfort but to expose. As he stepped into the meeting chamber, retinal scans flicked across his face. Bioreaders synced with his internal monitor. His pulse displayed on a wall he couldn't see. Every breath recorded. Every blink evaluated. She was already seated. Valera. She wore no crown. No armor. Just a robe of matte black, shoulders bare, skin pale against the sterile lights. Her hair was fire red-orange strands coiled like molten metal. But it was her eyes that stopped him. Not alien. Not human. Timeless. Eliur stepped forward and bowed. Protocol, performance. Envoy Eliur Ronat, representing the Earth Council. "I've been sent to seduce me," she said. The room went still. Her voice wasn't harsh. It was bored. Resigned. "You're not the first, you know," she added. "They always send someone with eyes like yours. Gentle. Calculated." He opened his mouth. Closed it. She turned her head slightly, studying him like an old painting, no longer stunning, but familiar enough to make you ache. "Sit," she said. He sat. No guards. No cuffs. Just him and her. A table. And a pair of glasses filled with clear liquid he didn't trust. Valera poured for him. No words. Just the sound of water against crystal. "Tell me," she said. "Do you think we're monsters?" Eliur didn't answer. His training screamed for deflection, redirection. But her gaze held him. "I think," he said slowly, "that monsters are usually created by people who stop listening." A pause. Her lips twitched. Not a smile. Something older. Maybe grief. "Fair," she whispered. For the next hour, they spoke. Not about treaties or demands. About language. Music. The silence of moons with no atmosphere. She told him about her childhood in domes built from obsidian and glass, how her brother used to mimic birds he had never seen. Elier laughed. Genuinely. And it scared him. Because he was forgetting to record the rhythm of her breath, the pattern of her tics, the tells he'd been trained to exploit. She didn't give him intel. She gave him stories. And he wanted more. Back in his quarters, he sat in the dark, heart louder than the hum of the walls. He pulled up the biometric data. His pulse during their talk elevated. Skin conductivity spiked. He should have filed the report. He closed the file instead. Amelia's voice chimed in again. "Progress?" He hesitated. "She let me in." "Good," Amelia said. "Don't get lost in her. Remember who you serve." But Elier already knew. He wasn't sure anymore. Elier told himself he was still in control. It was a lie. A small one. But lies have gravity, and this one pulled harder each day. He kept seeing her eyes. Not just in conversation, but in reflection. In the black glass of the hallway panels. In the still water of the ration sink. They were always there watching, not accusing. Waiting. Their conversations deepened, even when they said nothing. Valera wasn't like the humans he knew. She didn't fill silence with comfort. She let it breathe, let it stretch between them like a thread pulled taut. Sometimes she would pass him in the corridor and nod. Nothing more. But it always felt like she'd touched him. Not his body, his memory. One night, she invited him to the garden dome. It was mostly ice and filtered starlight, but some flora had adapted. They sat in silence beneath a tree whose leaves glowed faint blue. She didn't speak. She placed 2 fingers on his temple. Asked for permission. He gave it. What followed wasn't speech. It wasn't image. It was sensation. A transference of memory, filtered through pain and scent and sound. He felt her childhood, the weight of a dying sun on skin not built for it. Her mother's voice like wind through crystal. The way grief had shape, and how she learned to carry it. When it ended, he couldn't speak. She looked away. Not embarrassed. Just open. He wanted to say something. Anything. But all he could whisper was, "Thank you." She nodded. "You're not the first they sent. But you're the first who stayed." That night, his report to Amelia was short. Connection deepening. Subject stable. No details. No mention of memories sharing. No note about how his chest tightened when she laughed at the smallest things. The biometric scans told the rest. The system flagged elevated dopamine levels. Increased neural activity in response to subject proximity. Emotional contamination. Risk factor, rising. The alert went straight to Amelia. She didn't call. Not yet. But in the observation logs, she wrote one note. Watch him. Elliot continued to meet with Valera. Less as a diplomat. More as someone who had forgotten how to be alone. She told him about the war, not the strategy, but the feeling of losing your name in a cause. About how the rebellion used to sing before raids. About how she once loved someone who looked at her like she was a star they couldn't own. And how that person turned her in. He didn't ask who. It didn't matter. Because every time she looked at him, he felt like he had stolen a moment from time itself. Something real. Something not for sale. He stopped sending daily reports. Amelia noticed. She watched his face in the recordings. He looked younger. Or maybe just lighter. Like someone beginning to believe in a future he had no right to imagine. Her fingers hovered over the kill switch embedded in his neural comms. She didn't press it. Not yet. Because even she wanted to see what he would do next. The message came without preamble. You have 48 hours. Extract intel or eliminate her. Amelia's voice was clear, cold, official. There was no tremble, no grief, just a line drawn in ice. Elliot stood motionless in the comms room, the screen dark, audio only. It was more than a command. It was a test. Do you understand? She added. He didn't answer right away. The silence between them stretched. Finally, yes. But the word didn't belong to him. It belonged to the man he used to be. He walked out without logging anything. His steps felt heavy, like the gravity on this moon had thickened. He passed technicians, officers, glass panels that reflected a face he no longer trusted. His. In the shared quarters, Valera was painting. Not with color. With sand and light, weaving particles into motion on a floating slab. Each shift of her hand summoned a new memory, abstract, intangible, but full of emotion. Rage, joy, grief. It shimmered like a storm trapped in silence. He sat without asking. She didn't look at him, but said, "Your heartbeat changed." "I got a message," he replied. "From her." He nodded. The sand drifted, broke, reformed. "What did she say?" He stared at the colors he couldn't name. "That I have 2 days to choose." Now she turned to face him. "You've already chosen." "I haven't." "That's the choice." Her voice was soft, but it cut deeper than any threat. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Because everything he wanted to say had already failed her. He couldn't explain that he wasn't meant to feel this. That what started as a lie had become the only truth left in him. "I'm sorry," he said instead. Valera looked down. Her hands folded in her lap. "Don't apologize for surviving. Just don't ask me to be grateful for being a target." He flinched. She wasn't angry. She was wounded in a way he couldn't fix. That night, he stood in his quarters for hours, staring at the encrypted kill code blinking red on his console. One command. That was all it would take. No gun. No confrontation. Just a signal. He imagined her collapsing mid-sentence. A memory cut short. His hand hovered. He lowered it. The next morning, Valeria didn't come to the garden. Didn't appear in the mess hall. But in the corridor outside the observation deck, she waited. As he approached, she stepped forward and touched his wrist. Her hand was warm. Steady. "I know what you were sent to do," she said. The words were calm. No accusation. No panic. "How long have you known?" he asked. "Since the moment you walked in." He swallowed. "And yet, you stayed." Valeria looked up at him, eyes like burning frost. "I wanted to see if you would choose me. Not as an ally. Not as a queen. Just as a person." He couldn't speak. She let go. "You still have time," she said. And walked away, leaving him with the only thing he'd never been trained for. A decision that might cost him everything but finally make him human. She arrived without warning. Not a message, not a signal. One moment, the hallway was empty. The next, Amelia stood in its shoulders back, uniform pristine, eyes like the center of a collapsing star. Elia froze. "You're not answering your comms," she said. "I didn't know you were coming. That much is clear." They walked in silence until they reached the debriefing chamber. No one else followed. Amelia dismissed the guards with a single glance. The door sealed behind them. "You've gone off script," she said. "That's not the man I married." He sat. Not because she ordered, but because his legs didn't trust him anymore. She remained standing. "You think this is new to me?" she asked. "I once loved someone who wasn't human. Truly loved him. Trusted him. You know how that ended." Elia didn't answer. "I had to be the one to authorize the strike. I gave the final code. He didn't even know it came from me." A beat of silence. "I buried that part of me and built this version. The one you married. The one who sends people like you to finish what feelings cannot." Her voice didn't tremble. "And now," she said, "you've fallen for the same mistake." He stood, slowly. "She's not a mistake." Amelia's eyes narrowed. "She's not yours. She never was. But neither were you." The room stiffened. Amelia stepped closer. "I gave you a mission. You gave her your soul." He said nothing. "You don't get to walk away from this. If you won't end it, I will." She tapped her wrist console. A holographic feed appeared. Valeria, seated in a small containment chamber, her hands folded, eyes closed. Peaceful. Resigned. "I've already authorized extraction," Amelia said. "She's being transported to the tribunal facility by dawn. Unless..." She didn't finish. She didn't have to. Elia stared at the image. "You put her in a cage. I gave her a choice. She refused." "What choice?" "To be useful. Or be erased." He turned away, hands shaking. "You came here to warn me?" "No," she said. "I came to make sure you understand. If you interfere, I won't just erase her. I'll erase you too. And you know I can. He didn't argue. Didn't shout. Just asked one question. Do you remember what it felt like? She blinked. What? When you loved that person. The one you had to kill. Do you remember who you were before you buried her? For a moment, just a moment, something cracked in her expression. Then it vanished. This isn't about me, she said. And left. The door closed. And Elior stood alone. In another room, behind a wall of reinforced glass, Valera waited. Not afraid. Just finished. As if she'd already lived the part where he didn't come. Elior stood before the door. The lock blinked red. Biometric. Coded. Final. He reached out. The scanner read his handprint. The door hissed open. Valera didn't move. She sat on the bench, eyes still closed, posture still as breath. The walls around her were white and metallic, untouched by emotion except hers. Elior stepped inside. No alarms. No guards. Just the weight of choice. She opened her eyes slowly. No surprise. Just quiet recognition. I failed the mission, he said. Her head tilted. I'll fail it again. That made her smile. Not wide. Not bright. Just real. She stood. Walked to him. He expected a kiss. A question. A plea. She only touched his chest, over his heart, and whispered, "Then you've finally become one of us." He handed her a passkey. A route. A time window. She took it, but didn't run. "You'll be seen," she said. "I want to be." She looked at him. One last time. And walked through the door. Amelia watched everything. From the command deck, her eyes tracked each step, each glance, each movement like someone reading the end of a book they already knew by heart but hoped had changed. She said nothing. She let the soldiers go. By the time they arrived, Valera was gone. What she left behind wasn't a threat. It was a ring of light. Floating in the center of the room, quiet and soft. Not a bomb. Not a trap. A memory. When the light expanded, it showed her world the way it once was. Oceans lit by twin moons. Towers grown from crystal and coral. Laughter that echoed through rain-slick streets. People with eyes like hers, faces lifted to a sky not broken yet. The projection faded. The ring dimmed. And was gone. Elior stood in its center. He didn't move. The soldiers looked at each other. At him. No one spoke. They couldn't arrest what had already surrendered. He was taken, quietly, to a holding cell. Not high security. Just, out of the way. He didn't fight it. Didn't ask for a lawyer. Didn't ask for her. At night, he would lie on the bunk and close his eyes. And there she was. Always the same. Standing beneath the dome of northern light, wind catching her hair, eyes full of things he never had time to name. She didn't wave. Didn't speak. She just looked. And that was enough. Amelia never contacted him again. She had nothing left to say. She hadn't lost the war. But she had lost the one battle she didn't know she was still fighting. The one for who they used to be. And somewhere, far from politics and prisons, Valera lived. Not hidden. Not hunted. Just out there. And every time Melia blinked, she came back not as a face or a cause, but as the one thing he couldn't erase. I thought I could keep them apart, that one truth, buried deep enough, would never surface. But now, under a burning sun and the silence of ancient stone, they stand face to face. Both carrying my child. One from Earth. One from the stars. And I don't even know which future I want anymore. Cale had always imagined death would come in silence. Maybe in the quiet of an ancient ruin, surrounded by stone tablets and winds that had forgotten their own names. But not like this. Not swallowed in red dust, heat splitting the sky, lungs full of iron. The storm on Ahura was not made for survival. It came without warning, a wall of cinders and static, and it tore his survey pod apart like it was paper. When he crawled from the wreckage, his suit was half melted, visor cracked, oxygen hissing like a dying animal. The sunny swollen orange god blazed mercilessly above the dunes. He shouldn't have made it. He didn't. Not alone. She found him at the edge of consciousness. Ilari. She was not like the others he had studied. No decorative markings. No ornate headdress or ritual posture. Just a body etched with movement, wrapped in armor the color of dried blood. Her eyes pale silver, almost blind-looking, watched him with a kind of distant urgency. Not compassion. Not curiosity. Purpose. He remembered her touch, 2 fingers to his temple, a pulse of heat not unlike electricity. It traveled through him, bones, blood, marrow. Then blackness. When he woke, he was inside a stone chamber carved into the cliffside. Firelight danced on walls painted with symbols he couldn't read. His burns were gone. Breathing was easier. And she was there. Silent. Watching. He asked where he was. She didn't answer. Not with words. Instead, she knelt beside him and placed her palm over his chest. The connection was not sexual. It bypassed language, skin, and shame. What Ilari called healing was more than medicine, it was memory. Transference. A surrender of thought. He saw her world dying. Her people running into the dust. A child screaming without sound. The last of their kind, fighting to preserve something that had already been lost. And then he saw himself. Flickering in her mind like an ember, Cale, bleeding in the sand. A stranger. A fragile thing not worth saving, but saved anyway. He didn't cry. Couldn't. The air between them had turned thick with something holy. They didn't speak again. She led him, 2 days later, to the recovery beacon the orbital team had deployed. No farewell. Just one look. One long, steady look. He held it all inside on the return voyage. The medics scanned him, the analysts debriefed him. No one asked about Ilari. He didn't volunteer. Back on Earth, Sarah met him at the spaceport with tearful eyes and a hand on her growing belly. He kissed her forehead, whispered that he was lucky to be alive. That night, lying beside her, he thought of the stone chamber, of firelight on crimson armor, of hands that didn't seek, but offered. He didn't feel guilty. Not exactly. What he felt was harder to name. It curled beneath his ribs like leftover flame. Not love. Not betrayal. A scar, maybe. Or a brand. He stared at the ceiling, Sarah sleeping gently beside him. And somewhere, on a planet of burning sand and silence, someone else breathed with a rhythm of his own. And that, he realized, might never leave him. No matter how far the stars drifted apart. Cale had just come home from work when he heard the doorbell. He wasn't expecting anyone. Sarah was napping upstairs, her due date still a few weeks out. The house was quiet, the kind of stillness that feels earned. He opened the door and forgot how to breathe. Hilary stood in the doorway, a shadow against Earth's soft daylight. No armor now, only a long dark robe, wrapped tightly around a body unmistakably pregnant. Her hair was braided the same. Her eyes, silver and still, fixed on his face like she had never stopped seeing him. She didn't wait to be invited. It was not just survival, she said. This is your child. Then she stepped back. Not into the house, but into silence. Cale didn't speak. The breath he held finally escaped, a soundless exhale. Behind him, there was a creak on the stairs. Sarah. Barefoot. One hand on the railing. Her hair was tied up hastily, her shirt stretched over her own rounded stomach. She wasn't close enough to hear the words, but close enough to see everything. She looked at Hilary, then at Cale, then back at Hilary. No screams. No collapse. No accusations. Just a slow, cold blink. The kind that says, I'll ask when I can stand the answer. Cale turned back to Hilary. Why now? Because he kicks harder when we are near you? He almost laughed. Almost. You tracked me across galaxies for a heartbeat. Hilary tilted her head. For his. There was nothing in her tone but truth. No guilt. No manipulation. Just statement. Sarah stepped onto the porch. How far along? She asked. Hilary met her eyes. 7 Earth months. Sarah nodded. Nothing else. I won't stay, Hilary added. I needed him to know. Cale stared at her. His heart pounded in a rhythm he didn't recognize. Sarah touched his arm. Lightly. Not possession grounding. You should go inside, she said to him, not unkindly. He looked between them. 2 women, both bearing his child. One born of marriage. One born of something else. Not betrayal. Not love. Contact. Hilary turned. Began to walk away. Cale's voice stopped her. What will you do? She didn't look back. Raise him. Teach him where he comes from. Remind him who reached for life when death was easier. She disappeared down the street, into a sky too blue for what had just happened. Sarah stood next to him. Her fingers dug slightly into his arm. Not in anger. In restraint. You don't owe me a story right now, she said. He opened his mouth. Closed it. But you do owe me something, she added. What? Time. And truth. When you can find both. She went back inside. Cale stayed on the porch. The wind had picked up. It tasted like desert dust. And memory. Cale sat between two monitors. One showed Sarah's pale face, barely conscious in a neonatal ward back on Earth. The other flickered with interference but still managed to project a real-time neural sync pattern from a planet 12 light-years away. From the child that shouldn't exist. Ilari's child. His child. Sarah had gone into labor too early. Her body, weakened by stress and sleepless nights, had given in. Their daughter, Lyra, was born small, her chest rising in rapid, uneven motions. Machines breathed for her. Sarah barely spoke anymore, and when she did, her voice was dry, distant. And then came the pulse. It was subtle at first, a warm hum in Cale's spine. Then words not spoken, but felt, "Where are you?" The boy on Ahura didn't cry like other babies. He reached instead. Reached into Cale's mind like a signal seeking a home frequency. Cale called him Neros. A name Ilari had whispered into his sleep when they had nothing but fire and sand and silence. Neros never opened his mouth, but Cale could feel him learning his thoughts sharper, clearer, each day. Split. That was how Cale lived now. Two children, each carrying half of his soul, half of his shame. And neither in his arms. He visited the neonatal ward every day, placing his hand against the glass that separated him from Lyra. He whispered stories. He told her about the stars. About a planet where sunlight came in sheets of violet and orange. Where a woman saved his life, and maybe without permission his heart. He never told Sarah that Lyra flinched when Neros reached out. That sometimes her monitors spiked with no visible reason. That the two children, though galaxies apart, had already begun to feel each other. Ilari hadn't asked for anything. No calls. No demands. Just silence. And in that silence, Cale imagined her holding Neros, eyes trained on the horizon, waiting. Not for rescue. But for acknowledgement. Sarah knew. She never said it, but Cale saw it in the way she folded the blanket just once. In how she stopped asking him what kept him up at night. Her jealousy had mutated into something more lethal, acceptance. One evening, Cale collapsed beside Lyra's incubator. No warning. Just gravity pulling him into a sob he didn't know he'd held in. The nurse found him shaking, whispering both their names, Lyra. Neros. He was breaking. But how do you hold two lives in one chest? And worse, how do you explain to one child that they will never meet their sibling? That the stars were drawn and quartered, and so was their family? Cale stared into the screen as Neros reached again, the pulse stronger now. His small fingers raised toward the sky above him, toward a father who hadn't returned. And Lyra, behind the glass, stirred. She felt it too. The question came as a whisper, but it split him open. Did you love her? Sarah stood at the doorway, her arms folded across the cardigan that barely held her together. Her face was unreadable serene, maybe, but frozen, like sand cooled too quickly after a solar storm. She didn't blink. She didn't breathe. Cale didn't answer. Not aloud. And that silence said more than any apology ever could. He looked away not out of shame, but because looking at her meant confronting something even more unbearable than guilt, the truth. Sarah nodded. Just once. Not because she understood, but because she now knew she would never be able to unknow. In the next room, Neros began to cry. Hilary held him, rocking gently, her long fingers spread across his tiny back. The boy had never made a sound before, not until this moment, not until Cale stood still and uncertain between the woman who bore him and the woman who bore his child. "I'll leave," Hilary said. Not a threat. Not a plea. Just the decision of someone who had already counted the cost and was ready to pay it. Her voice was calm, but Cale saw the tremble in her breath, the subtle tightening of her jaw, the blink she tried to delay. Neros cried louder. Cale stepped forward, almost instinctively. The moment his shadow touched the child, the sobs softened, changed into whimpers, then to silence. Neros opened his eyes, those pale, starlit eyes, and stared at Cale like he was the center of gravity. Sarah saw it too. She didn't move. Hilary, Cale started, but his voice broke apart, scattered across the air like dust. She turned to him. Her chin lifted, her spine straight, a warrior ready to lose again. "You don't owe me anything," she said. "But don't lie to your own blood." Cale wanted to chase her. Wanted to hold Neros one more time. Wanted to tell Sarah that this entire collapse of galaxies was never meant to happen. But he didn't. He stood still. Because that's what cowards do when there are no right answers left. The silence between them was thick, a desert wind between three survivors of a battle that hadn't needed weapons, just memory. Sarah looked at him then. Really looked. Not as a husband. Not as a man. But as the fracture where her life had split. "You didn't mean to hurt me," she said. "It wasn't a question." Cale nodded. "That doesn't make it better." And with that, she walked past him, brushing gently against his arm, as if reminding him, "You are still here." But not for long. Hilary waited by the door, her son in her arms. The boy looked back at Cale once. Cale didn't cry. He didn't move. Cale didn't walk her to the ship. He stood at the edge of the clearing, watching the dust swirl around Hilary's boots as she stepped into the shuttle. She didn't look back, not out of pride, but out of mercy. Mercy for him, who had already been torn into too many pieces. Neros didn't cry this time. He only stared. Eyes silent. Small hand clutching a crystalline shard pulsing faintly with bio-emotion data, the kind only a bonded pair could transmit. Hilary pressed it into Cale's hand before boarding. Her only words, "So he will know he was chosen, not made." When the ship lifted, it didn't roar. It whispered. As if space itself was trying not to disturb what remained. Back home, Sarah sat by the window, rocking their daughter slowly. She didn't speak of the day Hilary left. She didn't ask if Cale watched. She didn't ask what the crystal did. She didn't need to. She had stopped asking questions she no longer wanted answers to. Their daughter, Lyra, was growing stronger. Her breath evened out, her eyes tracked light. She smiled now softly, like clouds over desert dunes. Cale watched her every movement like a ritual. A prayer he hadn't earned. Sarah held Lyra gently, but her fingers no longer curled toward Cale when he passed. No invitation. No rejection. Just stillness. She hadn't forgiven him. But she also hadn't left. Sometimes, Cale thought that was worse. At night, when silence wrapped around the house like dust over old relics, Cale would sit in the dark and hold the shard. He didn't press buttons. Didn't seek playback. He just let it hum. The frequency was unique, not words, not images. Just pulses. Rhythms. And in those pulses, he felt it. Ilari's heartbeat. Not just from that one night in Ahura, but from every moment she had hidden behind warpaint and armor, carrying a life neither of them had planned, yet both had changed for. He felt the panic when she realized she was pregnant. The grief when she knew he was gone. The silence she lived through while their child reached for someone who wasn't there. The shard told him everything she never could say. And it bled into him, slow and warm, like a second heart. Sarah saw him once sitting there, fingers on the crystal, tears streaking down a face that didn't sob. She didn't interrupt. She turned and left the room. That, too, was a language. Cale lived between breaths now. Between footsteps. Two children, one made from promise, one made from accident that became something sacred. He loved them both. And Sarah, still. But it wasn't the same love. It couldn't be. Because he was no longer the same man. One night, as he sat in the dark, the crystal flared just once. He closed his eyes. Ilari's pulse, Ilari's breath, Ilari's goodbye, and something new. Hope. Not that she'd return. Not that he'd be whole again. Just hope that someday, Neros would grow and understand the shape of his father's absence. Understand that love doesn't always stay. Sometimes, it leaves you something to feel when nothing else makes sense. Cale opened his eyes. Lyra cried out softly in the next room. He went to her, picked her up, held her to his chest. Her heartbeat. His. Ilari's echo. 3 rhythms. Never in sync. But never apart. He didn't know what that made him. Only this. One gave me blood. One gave me breath. I can never be whole again. If I killed someone just to be loved, do I deserve forgiveness? Her voice didn't echo. It didn't need to. She asked the question without moving her lips, her eyes locked with mine, shimmering like twin oceans beneath a foreign sky. It wasn't telepathy, and it wasn't language either. It was something older, primal, instinctive. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Rain dripped from the edge of her chin. Her red dress clung to her frame, soaked, heavy, defeated. The glowing collar around her neck pulsed faintly, like a dying heartbeat. Myra. I hadn't heard that name in 2 years. I had buried it alongside everything else I tried to forget. And yet here she was. She stood for only a moment, enough for the image to etch itself into my memory forever. Then she collapsed. A limp fall, silent, terrifyingly human. The sound of her body hitting the wet rocks was softer than I expected, almost like she had surrendered herself to gravity long ago. I ran to her, slipping down the moss-slick slope, hands trembling. My knee cracked against stone, but I didn't feel it. I dropped beside her, pressing 2 fingers to her throat. Faint pulse. Weak, but real. She was alive. Her skin blue-gray, cold as ice. Her lips slightly parted, revealing the tips of canines not quite human. The red around her was not all fabric. Blood had soaked the dress, merging with the water around her, swirling into the current like diluted ink. The collar. My eyes locked onto it. It was still active. Still controlling her, torturing her from within. The same tech we used during the war, designed to suppress neural independence in hybrids like her. I helped build the prototypes. God help me. Her hand moved. Just barely. Fingers twitching. She was trying to say something. I leaned closer, catching a whisper between breaths. Elias. It hit me like a slug to the stomach. The way she said my name like it hurt to remember me. My name used to mean safety to her. Now it sounded like a wound. How had it come to this? Myra, who once pressed her forehead to mine in the silence of the detention cells, who once gave me that red scrap of fabric to tie around my wrist, the last piece of her people's sacred right of trust. And I, in return, betrayed her. Not by choice, but by cowardice. By inaction. By staying quiet when they took her away. I had spent 2 years convincing myself she hadn't survived. That lie had kept me breathing. This truth might stop my heart. She convulsed. Her body arched unnaturally, then collapsed again. I ripped off my jacket and threw it over her, shielding her from the rain that didn't care she was dying. My fingers hovered over the collar, itching to tear it off, but I knew better. One wrong move and it would flood her brain with so much pain it would burn her from the inside. I needed tools. I needed power. I needed time. I had none of those things. Just her, dying in my arms, and the question still echoing inside me. If she killed, just to be loved. I lifted her slowly, gently. Her head lolled against my chest, strands of dark, wet hair trailing across my arm. Every step I took up the slope felt heavier than the last, not just from her weight, but from mine. The weight of guilt. Of memory. Back at the outpost, I laid her down on the emergency bed, cut away the wet fabric, cleaned the wound as best I could. A clean slice. Sharp. Self-inflicted? Or a struggle? I didn't know. She didn't fight when I touched her, but she didn't reach for me either. Her eyes barely opened, like she wasn't sure whether I was real or worse, didn't care. Stay with me, I whispered, uselessly. I watched the pulse at her neck. Slow. Fading. Her lips moved again. No sound. But I understood. She mouthed the word. Why? Not to herself. Not to the world. To me. Why hadn't I come for her? Why had I let them take her? Why was I only here now, with blood on her dress and rain in her lungs? There were no answers. Only the truth I had tried to bury. Because I was afraid. Because I was a coward. Because I didn't believe she could survive. And now, seeing her like this, I wasn't sure I could survive her survival. I wiped the rain from her face, gently, as if that could erase what we'd become. Her fingers grazed mine. A reflex? A goodbye? No. She was still fighting. She didn't want to die. Or maybe, she didn't want to die alone. I took the red scrap of fabric from my pocket. I had kept it, all these years. Tied it around my wrist once again. Her gaze flickered to it. Recognition. A tear slipped from her eye, lost in the rest of the water. But I saw it. I saw her. And for the first time since I found her, she stopped shaking. That was the beginning. That was the moment I knew Myra didn't come back to be rescued. She came back to ask the question I never wanted to face. And her answer was everything this story would become. She didn't scream when she woke up. That would have been easier. Something sharp, something clear. A scream would have given me a path. A direction. But Myra didn't scream, she recoiled. As if my presence burned. The moment her eyes fluttered open, her body jerked back like lightning through water. Her arms hit the edge of the cot, legs kicking into empty space, breath caught in her throat. I raised my hands slowly, palms open, the way I would approach a wounded animal. And that's exactly what she looked like, wounded, cornered, and afraid. Myra, I said, barely a whisper. She stared at me. Not with recognition, at least not the kind I wanted. There was something else in her gaze, a buried memory clawing its way to the surface. She saw me, yes, but not just me. She saw everything that came with my face, the prison walls, the sound of boots, the cold metal table where they strapped her down. My face was a trigger. My voice was the sound of everything she'd tried to forget. Her body shook. The collar around her neck flickered as if feeding on her fear. I moved an inch closer and she convulsed, hands seizing, spine arching in pain. I froze. Every instinct told me to help, to touch her, to do something, anything. But every action was the wrong one. So I stood there, helpless, watching her suffer. The outpost hadn't changed much. Dust-covered control panels. Medical supplies that expired a decade ago. An old cot and a flickering lamp. It was the place I had chosen to disappear after the war, half hospital, half graveyard. But for a moment, it became something else, the only place on earth where she might survive. When the convulsions passed, Myra lay still. Not asleep. Not unconscious. Just still. Her chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. Her fingers gripped the sheet as though afraid it might be taken from her. Her eyes drifted toward the ceiling, never to me. It was then, as I stood there in that stale, humming silence, that the memories came flooding back. Not as scenes. As wounds. The first time I saw her, she was in a holding cell. She wasn't the first hybrid I had encountered, but something about her was different. She didn't flinch. She didn't plead. She simply sat there, head bowed, hands folded in her lap like someone waiting for a storm to pass. I had been assigned to check her vitals, gather data. Nothing personal. But the moment I opened the cell door, she looked up and I stopped breathing. Not because of her beauty. That's too simple, too shallow. It was something else. A stillness. A sadness so old it didn't belong in someone that young. She didn't speak for days. I tried everything: gentle questioning, silence, even music. She ignored me, until one night, during a power outage, I found her standing by the bars, eyes reflecting the dim emergency light. "You keep trying," she said. That was all. But it was the beginning. Over time, words turned into conversations. Conversations into laughter. Laughter into something that shouldn't have existed between us: understanding. The kind that happens when two people see their reflection in someone they are not supposed to trust. One night, when the wind howled like ghosts outside the facility, she gave me a small piece of cloth. Red. Torn. Frayed. She placed it in my palm and closed my fingers around it. "Where I come from," she said, "we give this to someone we trust to hold our name when we can't." I never asked what that meant. I didn't have to. That piece of fabric became a heartbeat in my pocket. A secret I carried in silence. Back in the present, I took it out again. I had kept it all these years, even after they told me she was gone. Even after I told myself to move on. She didn't look at it now. Or at me. She just lay there, caught between pain and memory. "Myra," I tried again. "You're safe." A mistake. Her head turned slowly. Just slightly. Then, finally, her eyes met mine. Safe. That one word lived in her expression, but not in belief. It lived in bitterness. In disbelief. Her lip trembled. Not from fear but from something far crueler: disappointment. She had trusted me. And I had let her be taken. Let them put that thing on her. Let her vanish into systems and shadows. I sat down in a chair beside her bed and folded the red cloth into a square, laying it gently on the table. Letting it speak for me. Her eyes flit to it. A pause. Then a breath. Shaky. Shallow. But it meant something. I never stopped looking, I said, though I wasn't sure it was true. She didn't respond. And maybe she didn't need to. Because silence, in the right context, says more than words ever can. She closed her eyes again, not in fear this time, but exhaustion. The kind that doesn't come from the body, but from carrying too many memories. The kind of tired that seeps into your soul. I didn't touch her. I didn't try. I just sat there, watching her sleep, wondering how many nights I had done the same thing in dreams I refused to admit I had. This wasn't rescue. This wasn't redemption. This was consequence. And maybe, just maybe, the beginning of something we didn't have words for yet. Because there are some things love cannot save. But maybe, it can hold the hand of what's left behind. I spent the next 2 hours trying to hack the collar. Old training manuals, schematics, fragments of stolen code. I pulled everything from the wreckage of memory and desperation. The tech was advanced even by war standards, a bio-linked neural restraint designed to suppress rebellion in hybrids. It didn't just control the body. It rewrote the way the mind reacted to certain memories. And right now, that mind was dying. Myra lay still. The only sound in the room was her breathing, shallow, labored, too slow. Every time I moved close, her body twitched, the collar glowing faintly like a silent scream. I spoke gently. Tried to soothe her. But she never responded. She was somewhere else now. Someplace I couldn't follow. Locked inside her own brain. I wired a makeshift scanner into an old AI panel, rerouting the interface through a rusted translator core. Static hissed back. The caller's code had no access ports. It was sealed. Closed. So I did what I had sworn never to do again. I called the network. The signal bounced off satellites, encrypted, deep route. It led to a dark node I used once before during the war. The screen flickered. A face appeared. Not a face, really just shifting pixels. Genderless. Toneless. Artificial. Elias. You said you'd never reach out again. I lied. Obviously. I need data on a V-class neural collar. Hybrid lock. Custom coded. Possibly reactive to emotional memory. You're talking about Series VAE12. Illegal. Dangerous. Unhackable. But not untraceable. A pause. Pixels shimmered. Data flowed. There is no safe way to remove it. There has to be. Listen to me, the AI said. The caller doesn't just suppress memory, it anchors pain to identity. You are the memory she is most emotionally connected to. And that connection is being used against her. Meaning, every time she remembers you, the system triggers a neurological shock. You're saying I'm killing her? Not you. The love she had for you. The trust. The betrayal. All those feelings are loops now. And the caller treats them as threats. I stood frozen. The air felt heavier. My stomach turned. Can I shut it down? If you disrupt the emotional memory anchor, yes. And how do I do that? Kill the source. I stared at the screen. You mean me? Or her feelings for you? But considering the structure, it's too late for that. The neural pattern has set. Elias, you have to understand. I cut the line. The silence after felt like a verdict. I turned to her. Myra. Still breathing. Still shaking slightly. And in that moment, I realized I couldn't touch her. Couldn't speak her name. Couldn't let her look at me. Because to her body, to the programming, I was poison. But I couldn't leave either. Because to her soul, I was still something else. A shadow moved. Her hand. She opened her eyes. Looked at me, not with fear, not with hate. Something quieter. Something harder to survive. Acceptance. I stepped back. She took a breath. Her mouth moved. At first, no sound. Then barely. I know. Her voice. Her real voice. Not filtered by the collar. Not broken by tremors. She tried again. Clearer. Raw. I know I have to die. I couldn't breathe. She turned her head to the side, eyes closing again. A tear rolled down her cheek, disappearing into the hollow between her jaw and the collar. No, I said, stumbling forward, gripping the edge of the bed like it was the only thing keeping me upright. No, we'll find another way. I'll shut it off. I'll. Her hand reached out, weak but steady. She touched my chest, just once. Not to stop me. Not to comfort me. Just to say, I already tried. She had already made peace with it. But I hadn't. I dropped to my knees beside her, trembling. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm sorry for not coming sooner. For letting them take you. For thinking forgetting you would protect you. She didn't answer. She didn't need to. The silence between us had changed. Not empty. Not angry. Just final. I pressed my forehead to her hand. The collar blinked softly. Still alive. Still counting down. I had minutes. Hours at best. So I stayed there. Holding her hand. Listening to the rhythm of her breathing. Trying to memorize it. Because that, too, would become memory. And it was all I had left to save. It was raining again. Not a storm, not a downpour, just that kind of rain that feels like memory. Quiet. Relentless. Soft enough to miss, heavy enough to drown you over time. I had stepped outside the outpost for 5 minutes. 5. Maybe to clear my head. Maybe to breathe without choking on guilt. Maybe because I couldn't stand to watch her die in real time. When I came back, the bed was empty. The blanket, twisted. The cot, stained with red. Not the raw splash of trauma, no. This was precise. Intentional. There was blood, yes. But it had purpose. Then I saw the trail. Drops. Small. Almost apologetic. Leading toward the back door, where the rain slid through the open frame like someone too polite to knock. And there, in the doorway, I saw her. Myra was standing. Barefoot. Pale. Shaking. Her hands were red. Her fingers trembling. But her posture steady. The kind of steadiness that comes only after the decision has already been made. She didn't look at me. Her hand gripped the collar, her nails coated in her own blood. One side of the device had been pried open, the wires exposed, fragile and glowing. Her skin beneath was torn cut with whatever piece of metal she'd found. I didn't know how she managed it. The pain alone should have paralyzed her. Myra. She turned. Her eyes were calm. It broke me. Because she wasn't afraid. Wasn't angry. She looked at me like someone looks at the ocean one last time before stepping into the tide. She pressed something. A soft click. Then the light in the collar blinked, stuttered and went out. I ran. I caught her as her knees gave out. Her body collapsed into mine like she had always belonged there, like the final piece of gravity in a world too fractured to hold her. Blood on my shirt. Rain in my eyes. She smiled. The first time. The only time. Her hand reached up, slowly, almost weightless. She touched my arm, searching. Then her fingers closed around my wrist. Around the red cloth still tied there. And with the gentleness of a farewell, she untied it. Then, hands shaking, breath and she tied it back. But not on herself. Not on me. Between us. She wrapped it around both our wrists. A knot. A promise. A goodbye. And then her head fell forward, resting against my chest. Her pulse was weak. Each beat a whisper. I held her tighter. As if I could squeeze life back in. As if grief could rewind time. Don't die again, I whispered into her hair, my voice barely audible beneath the rain. Don't make me save you, one more time. Her lips moved. I leaned closer. One word. Free. Then, nothing. No sound. No movement. No resistance. Just her, finally still. The rain stopped some time after. I didn't notice. I sat there, holding her, long after her warmth had faded. It wasn't dramatic. There were no alarms. No explosions. No light from the heavens. Just silence. And the red thread binding two broken wrists. I buried her near the outpost. Beneath a tree she once pointed at through the window, saying it reminded her of home not because it looked the same, but because it stood alone. I marked the grave with a piece of stone. No name. No date. Just a folded cloth, red and worn, wrapped around the base. A wind passed through the clearing, soft and cold. I looked up, not for signs, not for messages, but because I wanted her to know I was still listening. There was nothing I could say. There was nothing left to save. Only to remember. And remembering hurts less than forgetting. Sometimes. The years passed slowly, like snow collecting on a silent roof. Unnoticed. Uncelebrated. I stayed. The outpost had long since lost power, save for one console rewired, repurposed, stubborn. Each year, on the same day, at the same hour, I sent a signal. 3 tones. The same sequence that once made her smile. No words. Just tones. I didn't know if I believed in ghosts. But I believed in resonance. And somewhere out there, I hoped something still remembered her smile. The transmission took 7 seconds to bounce off the first relay. 12 to clear orbit. After that, it was math and mystery. I never expected a response. That wasn't the point. The point was to remember her not as she died but as she lived. With purpose. With clarity. With the stubbornness to smile even in pain. Each year, I waited 5 minutes. Then powered down the console. Until the 7th year. That night, the console chirped. Just once. I thought it was a fault. Maybe a static loop. I tapped the screen. No response. But the waveform on the lower display pulsed once, then twice, then a third time. 3 tones. Perfectly spaced. The air inside the room felt different. Tighter. Thinner. Then came the signal. It wasn't a voice. Not at first. It was data fragmented, scattered, trying to form. I patched in a backup receiver, scrambled for the old codec. The screen flickered to life. Static. Lines. Then, a shape. A child. A girl, maybe 6, maybe 7. Blue skin pale, not the same shade as Myra's, but close. Her eyes green-gray, reflective, too wide for her small face, looked straight into the camera. She sat at a control panel, fingers hovering above the same kind of frequency console I had built years ago. And on her wrist, tied with a gentle knot, was a strip of red cloth. Old. Faded. Torn at the edges. My breath caught. She didn't speak. Just looked. Behind her, the lights blinked softly, indicating deep space travel. A star map rotated in slow motion. She tilted her head, as if waiting to see if the screen would speak back. Then she reached forward and pressed the button again. 3 tones. And then the transmission ended. The room was quiet. I stared at the screen long after it went dark. I didn't move. Didn't blink. I don't even remember breathing. Because in those seconds, every question I'd buried came clawing back. Was Myra alive? Had she left something behind? Had she sent this child? Or had this child found something Myra had left for her? I didn't know. Maybe I never would. But the signal had found me. The cloth had found its way home. And in the vast silence of a universe that had taken everything, something had spoken back. I leaned back in the chair. No tears came. Only warmth. And something close to peace. Not closure. Never closure. But connection. And for the first time in years, I whispered aloud. Thank you. Maybe the stars heard me. Maybe not. But the console blinked again. Just once. And it was enough. Some stories don't end. They just wait for an answer. In a universe filled with silence, sometimes all we need is one tone, one memory, one heartbeat calling back. Thank you for listening. If you felt something tonight, keep the signal alive. Until next time. This was UFO Love and Hate.
He didn't come to buy anything. Not a drink. Not a weapon. And definitely not a woman sitting in the rain with a child clinging to her side. The sign said only $1. As if her worth could be counted in loose change. She didn't speak. Didn't beg. She just looked up. With eyes too tired for fear. And too steady for shame. He gave the coin. She stood. And the child stood with her. He didn't ask who the baby was. He thought she'd explain. She never did. But by the time he found out, it was too late to forget either of them. Rain spilled down the rusted walls of the alley like the planet itself was weeping. Water collected in shallow, oily pools where broken crates and shattered glass tried to float. A flickering red neon sign sputtered overhead, its message crude and urgent, only $1. It buzzed like an insect dying slowly in the cold. Callan stopped walking. The weight of his coat, soaked and heavy, clung to his frame like old guilt. He had wandered these back corridors of the border market dozens of times. Buying parts. Trading stories. Avoiding memories. But never had he seen this sign. And never had he seen her. She was kneeling. A woman, if one could still call her that, sat motionless in the rain. Silver white hair fell across her face like a curtain drawn in mourning. Her skin, a pale aquamarine, shimmered faintly where the light touched it. Tattooed arms braced against the wet stone. Beside her, barefoot and dressed in a red cotton dress now darkened by the rain, stood a child. Human. Maybe 3 years old. Blonde. Silent. Neither moved. Neither spoke. Not even when Callan's boots splashed close. His eyes scanned for signs: slavery rings, bioimplants, collars. Nothing. No chains. No price tags. Just the neon. He looked at the woman. She looked back. Not pleading. Not fearful. Her eyes were sharp, not wild, not broken. They were aware. Ancient. And tired. The girl clutched the woman's shirt with tiny fingers. Her gaze, too, never left his face. Callan reached into his pocket. He didn't know why. Habit, maybe. Curiosity. Or perhaps because there was something fundamentally obscene about assigning a price to whatever this was. He pulled out a single silver credit chip and held it up to the red glow. "This a joke," he muttered. "To no one. To the universe." The woman didn't move. But her eyes flickered to the chip. Then back to him. He held it out. 1 beat. 2. Then, slowly, she rose. Not cautiously. Not submissively. Just, deliberately. Like a ritual she had rehearsed too many times. She helped the child to her feet and turned her body fully to face him. Callan took a breath. He didn't know what kind. Relief. Regret. The credit left his hand. It clinked into a dented donation tray nailed to the wall. And just like that, she stepped forward. The child followed. Callan didn't speak. He turned and walked. They followed. The rain didn't let up. In fact, it fell harder now. Drowning the sounds of the market. Washing away any logic to what had just happened. He didn't ask for a name. She didn't give one. They crossed under broken eaves and between puddles lit by the fractured glow of alien advertisements. The little girl's feet made no sound. Callan glanced back once. Just once. The woman's eyes were on the horizon. The child's were on him. He felt something shift in his gut. Not dread. Not anger. Just a slow, spreading awareness: he hadn't saved them. He'd invited them into his story. And he had no idea what that would cost. Callan didn't say much on the walk back. Not that there was anything to say. The rain had softened to a mist, but the silence between them stayed heavy, like vapor that couldn't clear. He glanced back only once, just to make sure they were still following. They were. Neither said a word. The apartment door opened with a hiss. He stepped in first. The room greeted them with the scent of rust and something older like dust soaked in years. The floor, once a polished imitation of wood, was now cracked laminate, curling at the corners. The walls carried stains from heat surges and failed patchwork. He tossed a coat onto the nearest hook. She didn't remove hers. The child stood still, bare feet on the cold floor. Her dress, still damp, clung to her knees. "You can sit," he offered. His voice didn't carry authority, just tired routine. She didn't move. He gestured toward the mattress in the corner. A blanket lay folded on top, the cleanest thing in the apartment. "It's not much," he added, almost apologetically. Still nothing. But then she crouched. Not to rest. Just to unfasten the belt from her coat. She laid it flat on the floor beside the mattress. Removed her outer layer. Rolled it into a shape. A makeshift pillow. She patted it once, gently. The child sat. Cross-legged. No protest, no hesitation. She leaned into the cloth instinctively. Her eyelids drooped with the ease of someone used to falling asleep anywhere. Callan filled a metal cup with lukewarm water and set it near them. Then another. One for her, one for him. She didn't touch hers. "Do you have a name?" The woman didn't flinch. Her eyes scanned the room again as if still unsure of its safety. She didn't answer. He sighed, more to himself. He sat on a crate beside the window, staring out at the streaks of orange light filtering through grime. Neon signs blinked outside, fractured by years of neglect. Somewhere far off, a hover truck rumbled. Somewhere closer, someone shouted and then stopped. He looked back at them. The girl was already asleep, her small hand curled around the frayed edge of the coat. The woman, still kneeling, stared at nothing. "You're not her mother, are you?" he asked. Not accusing. Just wondering aloud. No answer. But her lips tightened. Briefly. Then relaxed again. She stood, finally. Not toward the mattress, but the far wall. Leaned there, arms crossed, head bowed. The minutes passed. The room was full of small sounds, the hum of the heater struggling to stay alive, the dripping pipe near the door, the occasional shift of the building as it settled deeper into its own fatigue. Then, without warning, she made a sound. A hum. Low, soft. Not a melody he recognized. Not a language, either. It wove through the air like smoke, settling in corners, brushing against him. The song didn't rise or fall. It simply was. Like her. The child shifted, curling tighter. Callan leaned back against the wall. He didn't want to interrupt it. Whatever it was. And then she added words. Or what might have been words. Liquid consonants, vowels that didn't belong in any known syntax. Alien. Intimate. It wasn't beautiful. But it was human. In some broken, undeniable way. He closed his eyes. Let the sound pull against the tight knots in his chest. Not loosening them. But naming them. He heard her voice crack just once as if a note carried a memory she didn't expect. He opened his eyes again. Her eyes were closed. He didn't ask what the song meant. He wouldn't understand. But he listened. The song ended. She opened her eyes. Looked at him for the first time since they'd entered the room. And in that glance, he saw what she hadn't said. She had no intention of staying. But tonight, the girl needed warmth. And that was reason enough. He nodded. She said nothing. From the mattress, a small voice murmured, not quite awake. Someone, still here. Callan looked down. Yeah, he whispered. I'm here. It started with the collar. Callan had seen hundreds of trackers in his lifetime. From military implants to smuggler beacons, tech always left fingerprints. But hers, Letha's, was different. It didn't blink. Didn't transmit impulses. It radiated a constant frequency, barely perceptible unless you knew where to look. And Callan knew where to look. He was fixing the broken sensor array in his apartment's ceiling panel when she passed beneath the ladder. Just for a second, the tool in his hand pinged. A proximity alert. He froze. You have a collar, he said, without thinking. She didn't stop walking. Didn't flinch. It doesn't lock, she replied. Later that night, after the girl had fallen asleep curled between the blanket and the coat, Callan sat at the edge of the room and finally asked what had been circling his thoughts for days. Who were you? Before the alley. She didn't answer right away. Her hands moved slowly, checking the child's temperature with the back of her fingers. The girl had been feverish the night before. Letha hadn't slept. Finally, she spoke. You asked the wrong way. Ask what I stopped being. Okay, he said. What did you stop being? Feared. Callan didn't push. He waited. Waited as the low hum of the city beyond the window filled the room like background static. She sat down beside the child, her knees tucked close. Her voice was softer now. I was a commander. 8th ring. Viren resistance. We fell in 4 nights. I didn't die. So I became inconvenient. He looked at the collar again. A thin metal band. Seamless. They kept you tagged. I let them. That made him pause. She met his gaze for the first time since her admission. There was no pride there. No regret, either. I wasn't sold. I just didn't run. He didn't know how to answer that. The child stirred. Whispered something unintelligible and rolled closer into her side. Letha stroked the girl's hair with fingers that trembled only once. Callan saw it. The tremble. She wiped at her face quickly. She's not yours, is she? He asked, quieter now. Letha shook her head. We found her in the wreckage. She was sitting. Just sitting. Amid the burning. He tried to picture it but failed. What kind of child just sits in fire and waits? And you took her? No, I waited. 4 hours. She wouldn't leave. So I stayed. The air felt colder now. The heater had gone quiet again. He reached for a blanket and handed it toward her. She took it without thanks, wrapping the child first, then herself. He didn't mind the silence. Not this time. Morning bled into the room in faint gray streaks. The girl woke slowly, blinking up at Letha and mumbling something only she could understand. Then she giggled. Just once. And reached out. Mama. The word pierced through the quiet like a clean blade. Letha didn't respond. Her body didn't move. But her eyes filled. Callan didn't speak. He watched as she blinked twice, then turned her head away. Later that day, the girl found scraps of old cartons and broken still uses from Callan's workbench. She drew with the stubby tips, not asking for permission. He glanced over her shoulder. She had drawn 3 shapes. Stick figures. One tall. One with long hair. One small, in between. Family, in silence. Callan didn't know what he was anymore. A witness? A mistake? But as he looked at the drawing, and then at the woman who once led a war, he realized something simple. He hadn't rescued her. She had chosen not to run. And somehow, that choice had led her to stay. At least for now. The alert came just after midnight. A faint pulse in the air, barely a whisper. But Letha felt it. Callan only noticed the flicker on his terminal, a ghost signal bouncing off the subgrid. At first, he thought it was a power fluctuation. But when he turned, she was already standing by the window. She wasn't looking out. Just listening. They found us, she said calmly. Callan didn't ask how she knew. He just knew she did. She crouched beside the child, who was still asleep on the mattress, and gently gathered her in both arms. The girl stirred but didn't wake. We can run, Callan said. I know routes. I know people. She smiled. Not the way humans smile, but something quieter. More resigned. A breath in place of hope. It would end the same way, she said. He stepped closer, but she stopped him with a look. Not harsh. Just final. You didn't buy me, she said softly. Then held the child out to him, wrapped in the red coat she'd always used as a blanket. But let me buy her freedom. Callan froze. I can't just let you dash. You were the first person who didn't ask me to explain myself, she interrupted, eyes steady. Don't ruin that. She pressed the child into his arms. The warmth of her small body hit him like a tidal wave. The girl whimpered in her sleep, her tiny hand reaching blindly for the folds of Letha's coat. The collar on Letha's neck shimmered faintly in the half-light. It wasn't pulsing. Just glowing. Like it knew its purpose was nearly fulfilled. She knelt for one last time beside the girl. Brushed a lock of hair from her forehead. If she asks, Letha whispered, tell her I never let go. Then she stood. The room felt smaller without her kneeling. She wrapped a strip of red cloth around her shoulder, part of the child's blanket, torn with care. It looked like a sash. Or a signal. Outside, the white lights of patrol crafts were already visible. Harsh, sterile beams cutting through fog and shadow. No sirens. Just inevitability. Callan stepped forward. Don't, he said. His voice cracked. She didn't look back. "Stay with her," she replied, and walked into the light. He didn't follow. Couldn't. His knees buckled before the door hissed shut behind her. Through the cracked window, he saw it, Letha walking slowly, deliberately, into the center of the beam. Her silhouette framed in white. The red on her shoulder a single flame in a field of ash. No struggle. No restraint. Only surrender with dignity. The child in his arms shifted. "Mama," she murmured. Her fingers had found the corner of the red coat still bundled around her. They clutched it tight. Callan couldn't answer. Not yet. He pressed his lips to the top of her head and stared into the light until it was gone. The snow came late that year. It blanketed the outpost in soft layers, muting the world in slow, deliberate hushes. Callan stood at the window of the modest learning center he built with his own hands, wood, metal, and stubbornness, watching it fall. Behind him, laughter echoed faintly. Children. Lessons. Among them was a girl, now nearly grown, with streaks of silver in her dark hair. She laughed louder than the others. Moved quicker. Smiled less, but when she did, it stayed. She had stopped asking questions years ago. But sometimes, in quiet moments, she would trace the edge of a red strip of fabric folded into the lining of her jacket. And Callan would see it in her eyes. The question still lived there. Just no longer needed words. She called him Callan. Not father. Never asked to. He never asked her to. But when she was 10, she found a worn drawing hidden in a drawer. 3 stick figures. One tall. One small. One with long hair. "Who drew this?" she asked. "You did," he replied. She had stared at it for a long time. "Why don't I remember? Some things you draw before you can speak them." She nodded, satisfied. Folded it carefully. Never asked again. There were other relics. A tiny bracelet made of thread. A chipped cup with Viran glyphs. And the red cloth. Always the red cloth. Callan never moved it. Never replaced it. She wore it now tucked under the collar of her jacket, like a whisper. A memory folded in. One night, years later, she came to him while he was cataloging old mechanical parts for trade. She didn't knock. "Was it raining?" she asked. He looked up. "That day," she clarified. "The first day." "Was it raining?" He smiled. "The kind that bends with time. It always rains in stories like ours." She sat across from him, hands folded. "And what did you feel?" He paused. "Let the silence grow roots." "I felt like someone had just seen me," he said. She tilted her head. "Seen you how?" "As someone. Not a soldier. Not a buyer. Not a man trying to survive. Just, someone." She didn't speak right away. Then reached into her jacket and unfolded a paper she had redrawn dozens of times, the old stick figure drawing. But now, it had new lines. A 4th figure. Dimly penciled. Watching from above. She was light, the girl said. Callan nodded. She was. When the center closed for the day, They walked home through falling snow. The girl, no longer quite a child, walked ahead, coat flapping. She moved like someone who had chosen her steps long before she took them. At their door, she turned. "I don't remember the alley," she said. "But I remember warmth." Callan looked at her, eyes stinging with a grief that had softened into gratitude. "That's all she wanted you to remember." Inside, on the shelf, was a folded strip of red, a child's drawing in a glass frame, and a line etched into the wood beneath it. "The day someone saw me, I became someone." The snow kept falling. And Callan, though older now, no longer waited for the past to return. Because in the girl who walked beside him, it already had. Just in a brighter form. She was never just someone he saved. She was the reason he stopped running. And the girl she left behind was not a reminder of loss, but a living echo of a love that asked for nothing, but gave everything. Some lights don't stay, but they change the dark they leave behind. This wasn't a story about rescue. It was a story about being seen. And sometimes, that's enough to rewrite everything. To those who leave quietly, but never truly go. UFO Love and Hate. Subscribe for more human stories from beyond the stars.
She didn't knock. She didn't cry. She just stood there. In the snow, in silence. Like she'd forgotten how to ask for warmth. And he didn't believe in saving strangers. But something in her eyes said she wasn't here to be saved. She was here to remind him of something he'd buried deep. What it means to open a door before it's too late. You're watching UFO Love and Hate, where some stories don't start with invasion, but with a quiet moment on a cold night. The snow fell like silence, slow, steady, and without apology. Axel watched it from the cabin window, hand curled around a mug he hadn't taken a sip from in 10 minutes. The fire crackled low behind him. A storm was moving in. Not a violent one. The kind that stays for days. He liked those. No deliveries. No visitors. Which is why he noticed her. At first, just a shape. A curve of red against the pale wash of trees. Then, a body. A woman. Standing still. Not approaching. Not waving. Just there. The wind shifted and brought her clearer into view. Her skin was pale blue, not frostbitten, but born of another world. Her hair, silver white, was braided loosely down her back, catching flakes of snow like stars falling into orbit. She wore red. Not the synthetic kind common in outpost gear, but something ceremonial, draped and fitted, like it remembered royalty. It didn't belong here. Neither did she. She didn't move. Didn't shiver. Her hands were bare. Her posture straight. Axel stood. He didn't grab a weapon. Didn't put on a coat. He just walked to the door and opened it. The wind spoke first, pushing past him with a hiss, curling smoke from the fire across the room. Then came the quiet weight of her presence. She didn't step forward. He didn't speak. They looked at each other. Long enough for the warmth of the cabin to fight the cold between them. Long enough for him to feel the unease shift not into trust, but into recognition. She didn't ask to come in. He didn't demand to know why she was there. He stepped back. Just one step. And left the door open. She entered like snow without sound, without disturbance. Just became part of the space. Her boots left no wet trail. Her breath didn't fog. Her eyes, though, moved slowly across the room as if memorizing it. Not for comfort. For context. He motioned to the chair near the fire. She sat, folding her robes carefully beneath her. Still silent. Axel returned to his chair. The mug in his hands had gone cold. He set it down. "Do you need anything?" She blinked once. Slowly. Then looked back at the fire. It wasn't refusal. But it wasn't yes either. The silence stretched, but it didn't press. It filled the space gently, like snow covering ground that didn't ask for it. Axel didn't press. He wasn't that man anymore. Outside, the wind rose again. A soft moan through the beams. A reminder that whatever brought her here, it wasn't done with her yet. He watched her hands. They were folded neatly. No fidgeting. No twitch. Like she had trained her body to be still when stillness was the only safe option. He remembered that kind of quiet. Before the breach. Before peace talks were interrupted by blasts. He wondered how many winter nights she'd stood outside, waiting for a door that didn't open. She looked at him then. Not long. Just a glance. But in it, there was more winter than the landscape outside. Not cold. Just long. She wasn't here to escape the snow. She carried it with her. Axel stood again. Went to the small stove in the corner. Heated water. Dropped in dried roots and let the steam rise. The air filled with a scent of calm. He placed the cup near her. She looked at it. This time, she nodded. Still no words. But he'd heard something. He sat again. Let the fire speak. Let the storm gather its breath. And in the quiet of two strangers not asking the wrong questions, something very old and very human settled between them. Not trust, but the beginning of it. The fire never stopped crackling. But it didn't warm her. She sat as she had the night before, silent, still, knees drawn slightly inward, eyes fixed on the shifting orange light like it might say something new. She didn't reach toward the warmth. Didn't stretch her fingers. Didn't move when Axel placed a second mug of brewed tea near her. He tried not to stare. She didn't seem uncomfortable. She didn't seem anything. Just there. Axel crouched near the woodpile, adding 2 more logs. The fire popped, sparks briefly reaching toward the chimney before dissolving. He watched her from the corner of his eye. Still motionless. "I could scan your vitals, make sure you're not hypothermic," he said lightly. She turned slightly. Her lips parted just enough for her voice to pass through. "I'm not cold." It wasn't a lie. It wasn't pride. It was a fact. He didn't respond. Just nodded. Returned to the workbench and fiddled with a radio transceiver. The cabin crackled with low static. He adjusted the dial slowly. Old world jazz slipped through the fuzz, a saxophone dragging behind piano chords like reluctant footsteps. He let it play. Then, something happened. A voice joined the song. Not from the radio. From her. Soft. Gentle. In a language the translator on his wrist didn't recognize. The tone wasn't quite melodic, but it had rhythm like a lullaby designed to be remembered rather than understood. Axel didn't move. Barely breathed. Just listened. The song wove through the smoke and firelight like a thread stitched between seconds. A haunting cadence that didn't belong to this place, or maybe any place. Not anymore. When she stopped, the room felt emptier than before she began. He spoke without looking at her. What was that? A burial song, she replied. For stars. He turned slowly. Do you remember where it's from? She nodded. I remember all of it. Axel swallowed. Is that where you're from? Her eyes met his. I'm what's left. He didn't know how to carry the weight of that sentence, so he let silence take it. That night, he dreamed. But it wasn't his. He stood on a cliff made of glass, under two suns. Below him, oceans burned red and gold. In his arms was a device he'd never seen but knew how to use. Behind him, a child whispered words in a language he felt, not heard. He woke before dawn, sweating. The cabin was quiet. The fire low. She was still sitting there, head tilted as if listening to something only she could hear. You gave me a memory, he said. She didn't deny it. It wasn't a gift, she murmured. It was a bleed. Axel walked toward her, slower this time. Not cautious. Careful. I think I've seen your world. She tilted her head slightly. You saw the part that grieved. Is that why you came? She didn't answer. He sat across from her, the table between them small and quiet. I don't need to know everything, he said. But I think, whatever you are, you didn't come to be alone. I didn't come to be found either, she whispered. The fire hissed as a log split in half, the weight of it shifting. And for a moment, they both watched it burn, knowing it gave heat to a room one of them couldn't feel and the other didn't need. But neither of them moved away. Not yet. He found it by accident. Axel was repairing the signal amplifier behind the old comms terminal. The screen had been flickering on and off for weeks, ever since the first frost. He'd dismantled the housing, checked the relay coils, and there it was, a faint pulse. Not from the hardware. From her. He narrowed the scanner. Calibrated again. The pulse didn't match any comms frequency. It wasn't a distress beacon. Wasn't an implant tag. It was encoded. And biological. He turned around slowly. She stood by the window, watching the snow fall like it was a language she used to speak. I need to ask you something, he said. She didn't move. There's a signal. From you. It's embedded in your blood. What is it? She was silent for a long time. Then, a treaty. Axel frowned. A treaty. She turned now. Her expression didn't shift. But her voice carried something like age. A memory of peace, carved into a living matter. Because words are too easy to erase. He stepped closer. You carry the entire record. I was its last envoy. And now, I'm its last witness. He stared at her. Why didn't you send it out? She looked back to the snow. Because they hunted it. Not just the message, but the hope it represented. If I send it, they'll find me. Finish what they started. Axel crossed the room. Stopped just short of her. I can help. I know a route through the back channel. Old relay towers. The satellites don't ping anymore. We could amplify the code, piggyback it off static bursts. She cut in. Not unkind. Just certain. Why now? She asked. When silence is safer. He paused. The fire cracked behind them. Because maybe I forgot who I was, he said. Until you stood there. She studied him then. For the first time, really studied. Like she was measuring what parts of him were built on survival, and which had somehow remained human. I believed in peace once, she said softly. You still do. No. A pause. Then. I still remember it. Axel nodded slowly. Then reached for the device he'd modified weeks ago, an old frequency injector meant for storm beacons. He held it out. If you give me the code, I can make them hear it again. She looked down at his hands. But didn't take the device. If you do this, she said, you'll be marked. Tracked. I've been forgotten for years. Let them remember me for the right reason. Her gaze didn't soften. But something behind it shifted. She stepped forward. Raised her wrist. The biolight beneath her skin shimmered, glowing like constellations locked beneath water. The injector clicked softly as it read the pattern. And for the first time since she arrived, she closed her eyes. I'm tired of being the last, she whispered. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. Outside, the storm had eased. The silence no longer felt empty. It felt full. Like something long buried had just started breathing again. The snow stopped the next morning. Not faded. Not thinned. Stopped. The silence that followed wasn't peace. It was precision. Too clean. Too still. Like the world had been paused. Axel felt it before he heard it. The hum in the walls. The static press of something airborne. Then the ping, sharp, mechanical, confirming what he already knew. They found her. She was standing by the door before he said a word. Still wrapped in red, the fabric dusted with the last of the storm. Her face was unreadable. Her eyes were not. He walked toward her. Slow. As if speed might undo time. You can still run, he said. She turned her head slightly. Not a no. Not a yes. Just a pause. I didn't come to hide, she said. Outside, engines began to whisper through the snow-buried trees. A low, pulsing rhythm. Military hovercrafts. 3, maybe 4. Axel's throat tightened. I should have stopped you? No, she said gently. You let me finish what no one else would even begin, He wanted to say more. He didn't. Instead, he opened the door. She stepped out into the cold. The world was white again, but the sky above was clear. Bright. Cold light poured over the clearing. It washed over her, made the red brighter. Like a signal. Like a wound. She walked forward. Slow. Deliberate. Just like the first night. Axel stood in the doorway. Watching. Remembering. 3 soldiers appeared from the trees. Their gear matched the signature of Black Ops envoys. Quiet. Clean. Final. She raised her hands. Not high. Not trembling. I am unarmed, she said. They didn't respond. Just moved closer. If you erase me, she said, voice calm, let the message survive. No one shot. They circled her. She closed her eyes. And Axel, from the cabin, understood. She hadn't come to be rescued. She came to be witnessed. To leave truth behind, not survival. The soldiers surrounded her. But they didn't fire. Instead, one of them raised a scanner. The device blinked once. Then twice. The data pulse. They had it now. One of the soldiers glanced toward the cabin. His gaze locked on Axel but said nothing. She opened her eyes. Looked back at Axel. He didn't raise a hand. He didn't speak. But everything in him reached for her. Her lips moved. A whisper. One last breath he'd never hear. Then they turned. And she went with them. The trees swallowed the sound of boots on snow. And the clearing emptied, like nothing had ever happened. But Axel stood there. Long after they were gone. The door still open. Letting the cold in. Letting her absence breathe. They came in the spring. Not soldiers. Not officers. Just 3 researchers in soft jackets and clean boots, carrying too many data pads and not enough understanding. Their voices were polite. Almost reverent. One of them knocked gently on the wooden frame. The door creaked open before they touched the handle. Axel was already sitting by the fire, though it wasn't lit. He didn't look up. Mr. Holt, the youngest asked. You're the one who lived here during the message release. During the event. Axel said nothing. Just nodded once. We're documenting first-hand accounts, another added. For the archive. To preserve what really happened. Still, Axel didn't speak. The silence hung, but not heavy. Just long. Then he moved. Slowly. Carefully. He walked to the corner cabinet and opened the top drawer. From it, he pulled a folded piece of paper, thick and yellowed with time. He handed it to the one closest. They unfolded it. A drawing. Rough, simple. But precise where it mattered. A woman with pale blue skin. A red garment draped around her like memory. Behind her, a cabin. The light inside glowed warm and small. In front of her snow. And her eyes. Looking out. Not at the viewer. Beyond them. She didn't want revenge, Axel said quietly. The words broke the room open. She wanted someone to know she existed. The youngest of them swallowed hard. Was she real? Axel looked out the window. The clearing had grown wild in the years since. The tree line had crept closer. But in the middle still clear. Like the snow remembered. She was more real than anyone who came after her, he said. They sat for a while. No more questions. Finally, one of them stood. Thank you for your time. This will help, a lot. Axel didn't answer. They left. The door closed behind them with a tired breath. Later, when the sky dimmed, Axel walked to the edge of the clearing. He looked out where the soldiers had once stood. Where she had once walked away. Where her footprints had stayed long after she was gone. He took a deep breath. Not of cold. Of memory. She hadn't asked for shelter. She hadn't asked for faith. She hadn't even asked to stay. But she had given him something anyway. A reason to remember. And he did. She didn't come to fight. She didn't beg to stay. She carried the memory of peace. Not for herself. But for a future that kept forgetting. And in the end, she didn't need a monument. Just one person. Who would remember she was here. Some visitors never knock. Some goodbyes don't need words. And some wars end quietly. Not with fire. But with someone finally listening. Thank you for watching. UFO Love and Hate, Human Stories from Beyond the Stars. He didn't mean to fall in love. He wasn't even supposed to talk to her. She was just a silent alien girl, bought in a forgotten market for $3 because no one else wanted her. His wife? She hated her from the moment she saw her. Not because of what she was. But because of what she didn't say. But what if I told you this isn't a story about betrayal, or passion, or even marriage? What if I told you that the most dangerous kind of affair is the one where no one says a word, /and stay with me? Because when the alien girl finally speaks, she doesn't use her mouth. She uses everything he never dared to feel. She didn't move. Didn't speak. But when he paid those $3, she stared at him like she already knew his name. The market was alive with noise, electronic haggling in 5 languages, steam rising from bioreactor food stalls, and the occasional scream muffled by credits changing hands. Damon ignored it all. He had no reason to be here, no shopping list, no purpose, just an ache in his chest he hadn't been able to shake since Lisa stopped calling him by his name and started calling him you. He wondered until he found her. She was crumpled in the shadow of a broken neon sign, skin pale with a faint luminescence, dressed in tattered synth fabric that might have once been elegant. She didn't react when a child poked at her. Didn't flinch when someone spat near her feet. But when Damon stopped, she looked up. That was it. No pleading. No fear. Just eyes that pierced through him like old light from a dead star. $3, the vendor muttered. A shrug. Void class. Doesn't speak. No skills. Probably broken. I'll take her, Damon said, before he could think better of it. He half expected a scanner check, a retina signature. But the vendor didn't care. Just took the 3 crumpled Earth credits and gestured toward the pile of silence. She didn't resist as he helped her up. Her bones felt too light. She smelled like ozone and ash. And still those eyes. Following him, not with obedience, but with something eerily close to patience. He didn't know why he brought her home. Maybe it was pity. Maybe it was the quiet. Or maybe it was because, for the first time in weeks, someone had looked at him without judgment or boredom or disappointment. When Lisa saw her, she froze. She was in the kitchen, adjusting the nutrient calibrator for their child's breakfast, and turned just in time to see Damon leading an alien girl into the hallway. What the hell is that? She was at the market. You bought her? Damon, what is wrong with you? He didn't answer. Just helped the girl sit down on a low bench. She tucked her knees to her chest, silent, watching them both. She's not dangerous, he said quietly. Just left behind. Like a stray animal? This isn't some kind of pet adoption, Damon. She's not a project. The alien girl didn't react. Not to the shouting. Not to the tension. Her eyes flicked between them, but her face stayed blank, unreadable. Put her in the shed if you insist, Lisa snapped. But don't let her near the kids. That night, Damon brought her a thermal blanket and a sealed ration pack. She didn't eat. Just looked at him again. That same stare. Not grateful. Not expectant. As if she was waiting for him to remember something he'd never known. He sat beside her on the floor, back against the metal wall. Outside, the wind howled through the ventilation shafts. Inside, he said nothing. Neither did she. But the silence wasn't empty. It felt full. Like a story neither of them had words for yet. The next morning, Lisa refused to speak to him. She moved through the house like a storm denied its thunder. Damon got the kids ready for school. Fixed a broken panel on the water heater. Pretended his life hadn't shifted slightly on its axis. But when night came, he found himself back at the shed. She hadn't moved much. Still sat curled, watching the door. Waiting. What's your name? He asked. No response. He reached out, hesitated, then touched her hand. It was like falling into a memory that wasn't his. For a split second images. A city made of glass domes burning under a purple sky. Screams in a language with no vowels. A child with skin like hers reaching for someone just out of reach. Damon jerked back, breath caught. She didn't flinch. She just watched him. He stood, backing toward the door. I'm sorry, he whispered. She blinked, slowly. He left, heart pounding, unsure whether he'd imagined it all. But one thing was certain. She wasn't empty. And maybe just maybe neither was he. In the days that followed, Damon found himself returning to the shed more often than he returned to his own bedroom. Not because he was avoiding Lisa, though that too was true, but because of the silence. Not just the quiet of a locked room, but the particular kind of stillness Ray created. A silence that felt alive. She never asked for anything. She ate what he brought her, slowly, methodically. She blinked only when necessary. When she wasn't curled against the corner wall, knees to her chest, she sat upright with her back to the metal, eyes following him in a way that wasn't afraid. It was observant, curious, almost patient. Damon began to talk. Not much. Just fragments of thought. He told her about the day's repairs at the reactor. How his son was failing math again. How Lisa was angry with him before he even opened his mouth. Ray never responded. But she didn't turn away either. That was enough. By the fourth night, Damon didn't bring a blanket, he brought a folding chair. He sat beside her in the soft blue hum of the generator unit and didn't speak at all. There was no need. Her presence, her quiet, had become a mirror for thoughts he didn't know he had. She didn't sleep. Or if she did, it looked no different from her waking. That night, his fingers brushed her hand. And everything changed. It was accidental. He dropped a ration pack, reached down to pick it up, and in that instant his palm touched the back of hers. Her skin wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. It was neutral. Waiting. The sound came first. A vibration deep in his ears, like pressure shifting inside his skull. Then came the images. Flickers. Incomplete. He didn't see with his eyes, but with some inner field of perception suddenly opened wide. Fire. A sky split by vertical lightning. A ship not human descending in flames. Glass towers falling like ash. Children small, pale, and silent being pulled into cages made of soft light. He felt pain. Not physical, but emotional. The kind that comes with a collapse of meaning. A people being erased. And at the center of it all, a girl, Ray. Standing amid ruin. Not crying. Just watching it happen, as though she'd already known she would lose everything. Damon pulled his hand back like it burned. He stumbled to his feet, heart pounding. Ray didn't move. She only looked at him, eyes no longer blank but tinged with something that might have been sadness. Or relief. Or both. He left the shed in silence. The next day, he tried to rationalize it. Maybe his mind was projecting. Maybe the proximity to alien neurosignatures caused some hallucination. He'd worked on neural mesh systems, he knew the science. But science had rules. That hadn't. And yet, that night, he went back. He didn't try to touch her again. He didn't have to. Something had changed. The air between them held tension now, like the space before a storm breaks. He brought a harmonizer cube, something his daughter used to sleep better when she was little. He set it near Ray's feet and turned it on low. Soft ambient frequencies filled the room, tones shifting gently through sonic ranges. Ray's eyes closed. Not in sleep. In acknowledgement. For the first time, she leaned slightly toward the sound. Damon exhaled. He hadn't realized he'd been holding his breath. Each night after, he brought something small. A folded cloth. A packet of fruit gel. A solar lantern that cast soft constellations on the walls. Ray never reached for them. But she let them exist in her space. It was enough. On the 10th night, Damon spoke again. I think you came from somewhere that doesn't believe in rescue. She didn't blink. But maybe, you still hope for it. Even when you stopped expecting it. No answer. Just a slight tilt of her head. I don't know why I bought you, he admitted. But I think it wasn't about saving you. It was about not letting you disappear. The words hung there, heavy. He didn't expect a response. But this time, Ray moved. Just her hand. She reached out not to touch but to place her palm flat against the floor, next to his. Close. Not quite touching. Her eyes remained closed. Not in sleep. In surrender. That night, Damon didn't dream. But when he woke the next morning, he felt a warmth in his chest that hadn't been there in years. He told himself it meant nothing. But part of him already knew he had begun to care for a girl who hadn't spoken a single word. And she had told him more than anyone else ever had. Lisa didn't catch him with her hands. She caught him with her eyes. It started with a sound. A laugh. Soft. Short. Something she hadn't heard in years, not since before the silence between them had grown too large to step across. She had passed the shed on her way to the greenhouse and heard it through the door. Damon laughing. Not loudly. Not nervously. Just gently. Like something inside him had been touched, and touched back. That night, she said nothing. The next night, she waited. She watched from the shadows as Damon slipped out the side door with a cloth bundle in his hand. His face wasn't alert, or guilty, it was peaceful. That scared her more than anything. He had forgotten how to look at her that way. She waited another 5 minutes, then followed. The shed door was cracked open, just enough. She crept closer, silent on the gravel. Inside, she saw them. Damon was sitting on the floor beside Ray. There was no chair this time. No barrier. And he was holding her hand. Not grasping. Not gripping. Just holding. Their palms together like two puzzle pieces with edges worn down by sorrow. His face, God, his face. It wasn't desire. It wasn't lust. It was love. Soft. Unspoken. Undeniable. Lisa stepped forward and pushed the door open. The moment shattered. Damon turned fast, too fast. Let go of Ray's hand like it was on fire. Lisa. She didn't scream. Didn't cry. She never said a word, Lisa said, voice tight. And still, she took you? Ray sat still, unmoving. Her eyes met Lisa's for the first time. No apology. No arrogance. Just silence. But a silence that said, I was here long before you noticed. It's not what you think, Damon started. No, she snapped. Because from here, it looks like you've found someone who doesn't talk back. Doesn't argue. Just stares at you like you're a god. Must be refreshing. Lisa, it's not like that. Don't lie to me, Damon. Don't you dare make this uglier than it already is. He took a step forward. She backed away. I didn't plan this. I didn't even want it. But you needed it, she said. Didn't you? Someone who makes you feel seen. Even if she's not human. Even if she's not free. That struck him hard. He swallowed, looked back at Ray. She hadn't moved. Her eyes hadn't left him. Lisa followed his gaze. She doesn't even flinch. Not even now. What is she to you? He had no answer. Because Ray wasn't just a girl. She was the echo of everything he'd tried to forget: loneliness, guilt, the ache of being invisible in your own home. And somehow, she had filled it. Not with words. With presence. I didn't mean to hurt you, he whispered. Lisa laughed, and it was the sound of something breaking. You didn't hurt me, Damon. You left me. Quietly. Slowly. You handed your soul to someone who can't even say your name. A pause. Her voice cracked. And the worst part is, I think she understands you better than I do. No one spoke. Outside, the wind stirred through the dry grass. Inside, 3 people shared a silence too loud to bear. Ray finally looked away. Her eyes, once still and open, now closed, not in peace, but in retreat. Lisa turned and walked away. Damon didn't follow. He sat back down. Not beside Ray. Just near enough. And for the first time, Ray looked sad. The air shifted at midnight. Not outside, inside. Inside the walls where breath had once moved freely, where sounds had clashed and hearts had broken, time faltered. Everything slowed. The tick of the old mechanical clock stopped mid-step. The ceiling fan froze in mid-rotation, a single blade tilted toward the floor like a halted sigh. Ray stood at the center of the living room. Barefoot. Barefaced. Still silent. Lisa screamed at her, but the sound didn't leave her throat. Her mouth moved, white and raw, but the air refused to carry the noise. Damon reached forward, his hands halfway in a plea or a warning, but they froze inches from her shoulder. Nothing moved. Except Ray. Her breathing was calm, but her eyes were not. They shimmered like mirrors submerged beneath water, reflecting more than what was in front of them. She took a step forward. Then another. Her hand rose, slow as gravity. She pressed her palm to Damon's chest, directly above his heart. And then she showed them. Not with light. Not with sound. But with memory. A field, endless and silver, under a sky that never ended. Dozens, hundreds of her kind, children and elders alike, laughing without sound, their bodies glowing like bioluminescent threads of light. They moved as one, dancing, folding, living in harmony. A world without war. Without ownership. Without cages. Then came the rupture. The ships. The harvest. The fire. Everything beautiful scorched and scraped and stolen. Ray being pulled from the arms of a woman whose face shimmered like her own. Ray in chains. Ray in darkness. Ray watching stars blur into nothing. But the last image wasn't destruction. It was Damon. Sitting across from her on a cold floor. Not touching. Not speaking. Just being there. She opened her eyes. And time resumed. Lisa stumbled backward, her voice erupting like a backlog flood. Damon gasped, falling to his knees, breath hitched like he'd been pulled out of deep water. Ray's hand dropped from his chest, her fingers curling slowly inward. No one said anything for a moment. Because now they all knew. She wasn't dangerous. She was grieving. Damon rose, gently, as if waking from a dream. Lisa looked at Ray not with rage, but with something brittle and new. Recognition. The crack in her expression wasn't anger anymore. It was comprehension. Ray turned, not toward the door, but toward the night. She walked barefoot across the threshold, the cold tiles whispering beneath her. At the edge of the hallway, she paused. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. She had said everything she needed to say. And for the first time, they had listened. The house didn't change much after Ray left. But Damon did. Lisa packed her things 3 days later. She didn't scream. Didn't cry. She left the way tired people leave, not out of hate, but from the slow erosion of something they both stopped naming years ago. She paused once, hand on the door frame, her bags already loaded. You didn't choose her, she said softly. You chose something that made you feel alive. I couldn't compete with that. He didn't try to stop her. He just stood in the kitchen doorway, hands wrapped around a lukewarm mug of synth coffee, and watched her go. After that, the house fell quiet in a way even Ray's silence had never created. No footsteps. No drawers slamming. No children arguing over breakfast. Just Damon, the hum of a tired air recycler, and an ache he no longer tried to medicate with excuses. He didn't search for Ray. He knew she wouldn't be found. But some nights, just before the artificial sunset dimmed the lights across the outer wall, he would sit near the back of the house. The shed was empty now. Clean. But the air inside still carried something faint and electric. When he pressed his palm to the back wall, the one she used to sit against, he could feel it. Not heat. Not cold. A pulse. Like the memory of touch. The first time it happened, he flinched. Thought it was his mind playing tricks. But it came again, night after night. A soft rhythm, like a heartbeat caught between seconds. And every time it came, his own heart would stutter. Once. Then settle. He never told anyone. But he stopped avoiding that wall. Instead, he leaned into it. The dreams began not long after. Not vivid. Not stories. Just sensations. A field of silver. The sound of laughter that didn't need voices. A presence beside him, warm without temperature. She was never fully there. Just impressions. A blink. A breath. A brush of memory against memory. Sometimes, when he woke, his hands would be curled as if they'd been holding something fragile. He would lie there, staring at the ceiling, and whisper her name, though he was never sure if it had been spoken aloud, or just breathed inside. Ray. She had never told him her name. Not with words. But he'd known it anyway. Knew it the same way he knew he would never hear her voice, and still feel heard. He took fewer contracts. Started walking more. Repaired things not because they needed it, but because hands need to do something when the heart is too full. The neighbors stopped asking questions. Some thought he was grieving a lost mistress. Others believed he'd had a breakdown. He let them believe whatever made sense. But the truth was simpler. He had loved something he wasn't supposed to love. Not because of species, or politics, or marriage, but because she reminded him that love doesn't need permission. That it doesn't announce itself with fireworks or fate. Sometimes, it just sits beside you in the quiet, and doesn't leave. Except she did. And yet, somehow, she hadn't. Years passed. The shed remained. The wall remained. So did the pulse. Damon aged. Slower than most. Quieter than most. And one day, long after people had forgotten the story of the alien girl bought for $3, Damon sat in the old wooden chair beside the shed, pressed his palm to the wall one last time, and felt it. Not just the pulse, but warmth. It wasn't memory anymore. It was goodbye. And somehow, he smiled. Because some goodbyes don't hurt. They just remind you that you were lucky enough to feel something worth remembering. He closed his eyes. And the silence welcomed him like an old friend. She wasn't their mother. Not by blood. Not by law. Just a stranger in the snow. With 2 children clinging to her like she was all they had left. He gave her shelter. He didn't ask questions. But when the soldiers came looking for her, she didn't run. She wrapped the kids in red. She stepped outside. And she gave herself up. Not to escape her past, but to protect their future. This isn't about DNA. This is about the moment you choose to be family. The storm had been tearing at the trees since morning. Jonas knew the wind by sound now, each gust like a tired voice howling through bone-dry branches. He sat by the hearth, book open but unread, one hand loosely gripping a mug that had gone cold long ago. Something knocked. Not the wind. Not a branch. A knock. 3 times. He waited. Another knock, softer this time. Then silence. Jonas set the mug down and rose, the old floor creaking beneath his steps. He took the rifle from the rack not loaded and approached the door. When he opened it, the cold didn't rush in. It slid, careful and deliberate, like a predator testing boundaries. They were standing there. The woman first, tall, wrapped in layers of cloth too thin for winter, her skin pale green like frost over moss. Her eyes were darker than the sky behind her, wide but unreadable. In each arm, a child clung to her sides, both human. One boy. One girl. Both silent. Eyes open. Not crying. Just watching. Jonas said nothing. She didn't speak. She just bowed her head. That's what made him move. He stepped aside. No words. No questions. She entered like a shadow, gliding over the threshold with the children still pressed to her. Snow melted where they passed. The girl shivered. The boy didn't. Jonas shut the door. He pointed toward the fireplace. She nodded once and crouched beside it, easing the children down, wrapping them in her coat. Jonas tossed 2 more logs in, stirred the embers, and pulled the blanket from the back of the chair. He laid it near them, but didn't get close. She looked up, just once. Not pleading. Not thankful. Only watchful. He returned to his chair. The book still sat on the table, but he didn't touch it. The fire cracked. Time passed. The girl slept first, curling into the woman's side. The boy followed, hand still clinging to her sleeve. She remained upright, eyes half-lidded, like someone who had not slept in days but couldn't afford to. Jonas asked his first question then. "Are they yours?" She didn't answer. He didn't ask again. Instead, he brought her water. Left it near her feet. She didn't touch it until he had stepped away. Later, as the moon carved blue lines through the frost-laced window, Jonas heard a sound. Humming. Barely audible. Not a melody. Not even a rhythm. Just the smallest vibration from a voice half buried in exhaustion. He lay in his cot, eyes open, listening. The next morning, they were still there. The girl had crawled closer to the fire. The boy remained in her lap. And the woman Lyrian, he would learn her name much later, sat staring at the wall, arms around them both, like a statue whose only warmth came from memory. He made food. Plain broth. Some root mash. Enough for 4. She didn't eat until the children had. Even then, she only took what was left. When Jonas finally sat at the table across from her, she didn't raise her eyes. But the boy did. Big, dark, and steady. He stared at Jonas with a gaze that didn't blink enough. Not with fear. Not with need. Just with a kind of silence that comes from understanding something no child should have to. Jonas looked away first. He didn't know what this was. He didn't know how she got here, or where the children came from, or what she might bring behind her shadow. But she hadn't asked for anything. She had only stood in the snow, holding them. So for now, he would let her stay. Not because he trusted her, but because the boy hadn't looked away. Snow came every day now. Some mornings it was light, like ash drifting from the sky. Other days it roared, thick and angry, erasing paths as quickly as they were made. But inside the cabin, a rhythm had formed. Lyrian never asked to stay. She simply did. And Jonas never told her to leave. She didn't speak much, only nodded when needed. She swept the floor before he could. Cooked simple food when supplies allowed. She kept the fire alive and the children clean. They clung to her like roots to stone, silent most hours, but never far from her touch. It wasn't until the 3rd week that Jonas noticed the drawings. Scraps of wood, old canvas from storage, even bark flattened and smoothed. She used charcoal, burned twigs, and the ash from the hearth. Always the same shapes. A red horizon. A sky full of smoke. A figure, tall and distant, standing alone with a hand outstretched. The figure changed from one sketch to the next, sometimes with a helmet, sometimes a cloak. But the stance was always the same. As if calling something back that had already gone too far. He watched her once as she drew. The children slept nearby, curled together on a shared blanket. Her fingers moved slow, careful, as if remembering too clearly hurt more than she expected. He asked, "What's that place?" She paused, but didn't answer. He didn't press. Jonas wasn't the kind of man who went looking for truths that didn't want to be found. But curiosity, like rot, grew slowly in the quiet. The breakthrough came not from her but from static. He'd repaired the long-range radio weeks before, though he rarely turned it on. Most transmissions were cold military chatter or broken cries for help long expired. But that night, he heard a name. Commander Virilin, presumed dead, designated rogue if confirmed alive. Jonas froze. He glanced across the room. She was standing by the window, back turned. Still. Not stiff, not tense. Just still. Like someone trying not to exist too loudly. He lowered the volume. The broadcast faded. She didn't move. He waited. Finally, she spoke. "That's not my name." Jonas looked down at his hands. "I didn't say it was." A long silence passed. Then, softer, "But it used to be." That was all. She didn't elaborate. He didn't ask. The next morning, the children were up before either of them. The girl no more than 5 pulled Jonas's sleeve while he made tea. "Mama had bad dreams," she whispered. He glanced at Lyrian. She was awake, staring at the fire, one hand clutched over her chest. "Was she scared?" he asked. The girl shook her head. She was angry. That evening, as snow piled high against the cabin door, Jonas sat across from her again. Between them, a half-burned sketch lay on the table. Not a planet. Not a battlefield. A face. His. He looked at it. Then at her. "Why this?" She didn't answer. But her eyes drifted to the children. Then back to him. And in that look, something old and breaking passed between them. Not trust. Not guilt. Recognition. She had once fought in the name of something that betrayed her. Now she was raising 2 children who didn't carry her blood, and sheltering in the home of a man who had once served on the other side of the war. But none of them said those words out loud. They didn't have to. The snow was loud enough. The first sign wasn't soldiers or ships. It was the silence on the emergency channel. Jonas hadn't heard the usual morning bursts of chatter from nearby settlements, weather warnings, fuel requests, the occasional lonely voice reciting poetry just to fill the static. All of it was gone. He tuned the frequency again. Nothing. Then, an hour later, the alert signal lit up, 1 blink, then 2. A coded warning from a long-retired medical comrade, buried beneath generic system traffic. 3 words, "They are coming." Jonas shut the radio off and stared at the wall. Outside, the wind had softened. Inside, Lyrian was wrapping the youngest child in a red wool scarf. The girl giggled. She didn't know yet. Maybe she never would. Jonas walked to the back room, pulled open the locked chest beneath the floorboards. His medkit was there. A sidearm. 2 folded uniforms. One bore a name patch he hadn't seen in over a decade. He didn't suit up. Not yet. Instead, he found Lyrian by the hearth. She was watching the flame like it was speaking to her. "They are coming," he said. She didn't ask who. She didn't flinch. Just looked up. Nodded once. Then she stood, walked to the corner, and opened the cedar trunk where the blankets were kept. She pulled out the red one. Thick, coarse. Military issue, faded from years of ash and soap. She wrapped it around both children, tucking them in close. The older child, 6, maybe 7, watched her face closely. "Mama." Lyrian knelt. "If I don't come back," she said gently, "you don't wait. You live." The boy opened his mouth to argue, but her hand pressed against his cheek, firm and warm. "Repeat it." He swallowed, voice shaking. "If you don't come back, we live." She kissed his forehead. Then the girls. Then she stood. Jonas stepped forward, breath caught in his chest. "You don't have to go," he said. "We can hide. Run." Her eyes held his. "They'll burn the woods to find me. You know that." He did. "Let me go instead. Say I turned you in. Say." She reached out. Not to stop him. Just to rest her hand on his heart. "You gave me this," she said. "Don't make it small now." She turned to the children one last time. The scarf fell slightly from the girl's shoulder. Lyrian tucked it back in, slow and sure. Then she walked to the door. Outside, the sky was heavy. Tracks would vanish in minutes. She didn't rush. She walked like someone who had made peace with every step. The floor groaned behind Jonas as he moved to the window. He watched her become a silhouette against the whiteness. The boy pressed his face to the glass. "She's not afraid," he whispered. Jonas didn't answer. Because neither was he. Only angry. Angry that he'd found something worth saving too late to stop what was already coming. He turned. Found the red scarf. And held it, still warm with her shape. Outside, the trees swallowed her. The soldiers didn't arrive in a roar. They arrived in a hush after one. Snow muffled the sounds of boots, of metal, of intention. Jonas watched from the corner window, breath still, heart louder than footsteps. 5 figures. Matte armor. No flags. No insignia. Just pale visors and patient precision. They formed a loose line at the edge of the clearing, staring at the cabin like it was the last unopened chapter of a very old story. Jonas stepped outside. No weapon. No words. Just his presence. The tallest soldier raised a hand. The others stopped. "We're not here for you," a voice crackled through the speaker. Flat. Composed. "We're here for what you're sheltering." Jonas didn't move. Behind him, the door creaked. Lyrian stepped into the cold. No coat. No armor. Only the red blanket now worn as a shawl, draped across her shoulders like a banner long buried. Her feet left no sound in the snow. She stood beside Jonas, gaze steady. She said, "If I go with you, will you leave the children?" A pause. Then, "They are not on the manifest. We're not interested." Not interested, she repeated softly. Jonas looked at her. She wasn't trembling. She wasn't tense. She was still. Still like the moment before a bird takes flight. Still like someone who has already left in her mind. She turned to him. Keep them warm. That was all. He tried to speak, but nothing came. So he nodded. Once. The children pressed their faces against the window inside. The little girl's palm tapped the glass. The boy did not move. Lyrian walked forward. Slow. Measured. Her red shawl flared with the wind, a drop of defiance in a world of white. The soldiers didn't grab her. Didn't bind her. They only stepped aside, forming a corridor of silence she moved through like memory. Jonas didn't go back inside immediately. He stood there as the line dissolved into the woods again. As the trees swallowed red. And the snow fell again. Not heavy. Not loud. Just enough to cover the last of her footprints. 2 years passed. The forest stayed cold, but the cabin never went dark. Jonas built routines around small hands and growing shoes. He cooked meals that weren't rationed, taught the children how to name trees by bark and birds by song. The girl laughed more than the boy. The boy listened more than he spoke. But both slept soundly eventually. Some nights, the wind brought howls that were not wolves. When it did, Jonas would stoke the fire higher, just in case. They never came back for her. And he never left to find them. He kept the red shawl in a box beneath the floorboards, folded carefully beside a journal. Its cover was worn, the edges soft. The pages were filled with tight, slanted handwriting. No names. No places. Only thoughts. Only moments. One entry read: I was never made to be soft. But they rested on my skin like I was carved for them. So I stayed. Jonas read it sometimes when the children were asleep. Not to remember her but to remind himself she had been more than memory. The boy asked once, is she gone forever? Jonas stirred the stew and replied, do you think fire disappears when it burns out? The girl said, no. It becomes smoke. Jonas smiled. Then watched the sky. She's always leaving us something. They called her mother still. Not because anyone told them to. But because when they touched the red cloth, they felt safe. And Jonas never corrected them. One winter, the boy older now, nearly a young man, stood at the edge of the clearing. The snow was falling again. He looked out and asked, do you think she'll ever come back? Jonas didn't answer immediately. He joined the boy, eyes scanning the woods, not for shape, but for silence. Then he said, if you're strong enough, you'll see her. Where? In your hands. In how you hold the world. They went back inside. The door shut behind them. And the cabin, for all its quiet, stayed warm. Even as snow covered the roof. Even as her footprints never came back. She had already left something that could never be taken. And Jonas knew. That was enough. She didn't leave behind weapons. She didn't leave a farewell. She left a shawl. A journal. And 2 children who called her mom. long after the world stopped remembering her name. Sometimes, love isn't loud. It doesn't knock. It simply stands between what you fear and what you protect. And sometimes, the most powerful mother in the universe isn't the one who gave birth, but the one who stayed. Thank you for watching UFO Love and Hate. If her story stayed with you, she's not gone. Not really. He thought it was just a mission. Just one night with an alien diplomat. No feelings. No future. No consequences. But now, deep beneath an alien ocean, he's running. Running through steel corridors. From a woman who's pregnant with his child. And holding an ancient weapon in her hand. She doesn't want his apology. She doesn't even want revenge. She wants him to face the blood they made together. Stay until the end, because the choice he makes in the final minute will decide the fate of two galaxies. Ryland Foster had been trained to manipulate minds, not emotions. As a senior intelligence officer under the Earth Federation's Shadow Wing, he had learned the art of infiltration, deception, and diplomatic theater. What he hadn't trained for was the way Aerolith Vexel looked at him that night across the glass dome of Velsar's observatory, with eyes that glowed like molten silver beneath the light of twin moons. He arrived on Velsar Station with a clear mission: earn Aerolith's trust, gain access to her strategic protocols, and extract any intelligence that could preempt an interstellar war. Earth had reason to believe the Velsar Empire was mobilizing under the guise of diplomacy, and Ryland, with his chameleon-like charm and forged credentials as a cultural liaison, was their key to uncovering it. The first time he met her, Aerolith wore ceremonial armor, a gleaming scarlet exosuit that clung to her like flame to a sword. She didn't smile, didn't even blink longer than necessary. Her voice was clipped, almost mechanical, rehearsed from a lifetime of being a symbol before being a person. Ryland played his part well, the charming envoy from Earth, fluent in 6 dialects, offering trade and cultural exchange. It was a cold game beneath crystal chandeliers and political platitudes. But it shifted one night. It was after a long summit day, when the Velsar diplomats retired to their gravity chambers, and the station's night cycle dimmed the lights to hues of lavender and cobalt. Aerolith lingered at the edge of the glass observatory, overlooking the oceanic trench that surrounded the station. The sea beyond shimmered with bioluminescent creatures, flowing like stars trapped underwater. Ryland, dressed down in a simple ambassador's tunic, approached her with a bottle of Terran wine he'd smuggled in as part of his diplomatic gifts. He made a quip about how politics was easier to digest when fermented. She didn't laugh, not at first. But she didn't walk away either. They talked. About war. About expectations. About being weapons shaped by bloodlines. She told him about her first kill at the age of 9. He told her about losing his brother in the Orion Corridor, not to battle, but to bureaucracy that denied him transport back home. Somewhere between glass refills and long silences, the line between pretense and truth blurred. She removed her gloves. It was a gesture so small, yet so intimate in her culture, Ryland almost missed it. Her hand brushed his, not by accident. The wine was not strong, but the moment was. When she turned to look at him again, her eyes were no longer cold. They were searching. He should have walked away then. reported back, logged the breakthrough, extracted the data. Instead, he kissed her. It wasn't a passionate frenzy, nor a mission-driven tactic. It was quiet, slow, like two storms finding their still point. She didn't resist. She leaned into it. When they parted, she led him through the silent corridors of her palace quarters, past guards who didn't question their princess, and into a chamber draped in red and black, the colors of her house. Ryland didn't sleep that night. Not from guilt, but from the weight of what it meant. He watched her sleep as foreign stars moved across the transparent ceiling. Her face, so often carved in duty and rigidity, was at peace. For a moment, he saw the woman beneath the crown. And he realized, too late, that this mission had already shifted into something unclassified. At 0600 hours, he rose quietly. Dressed, left a diplomatic token by her bedside, a small crystal encoded with Terran poetry, and disappeared down the corridor before anyone could see him. Before he could see himself reflected too long in her world. His report back to Earth would be clean, objective, emotionless. But the memory would not be. He thought that night would remain between them. A whisper in the galaxy. A secret kept beneath oceans and duty. He didn't know she would carry it inside her, literally, across star systems. And one day, bring it back to him not as a question, but as a reckoning. 3 weeks after returning from Velsar, Ryland Foster sat at a classified debrief table in a windowless room buried beneath a North Atlantic command hub. His official report had been clinical, detailed, efficient. It catalogued troop movements, coded language shifts, minor weaknesses in communication relays. What it didn't include was the memory of her breath against his shoulder, or the feel of her fingers slipping the crystal from his hand in the dark. He didn't tell command about the night. But he didn't delete it either. He encoded the audio log Aerolith had left him, a raw stream of emotional resonance she thought he'd never see again, into a private node buried inside his neural implant. No one asked questions. No one suspected anything. Then, on day 92, a red priority alert shattered his morning silence. The message wasn't from Earth. It came from an interstellar medical relay orbiting neutral space. Subject, VEXA, Aerolith, status, confirmed pregnancy. Species fusion viable. Genetic markers confirm 48% Terran DNA. Fetal stage, 13 weeks. The words didn't make sense at first. He reread the notification 3 times. Cross-referenced the identifiers. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't hypothetical. She was carrying his child. And she had filed no request. No demand for support. No plea. Just a clinical entry in a neutral database, logged by Velsar protocols as required by interspecies reproduction law. The Federation didn't contact him. But whispers started to form. Intel monitors flagged the anomaly, but since Velsar wasn't pressing charges or making threats, no diplomatic action was taken. Ryland was left to navigate the aftermath in silence. He could have reached out. Sent a message. A single encrypted line. But every time he opened the comms window, his hands froze. How could he explain that he never meant to leave something behind? that he never imagined she would want to keep a part of him? Instead, he booked a transport under an alias, left the capital, moved from relay station to backwater trade port, eventually settling in Zalun Outpost, a research station built into the seafloor of an uninhabited moon. A place with no diplomatic routes. No questions. He told himself it was for her safety. For the child. That he would only cause them harm. But deep down, he knew it was fear. Fear of what she might say. Fear that the child would look like him. Fear that, for the first time, the war wasn't out there, it was inside him. Meanwhile, Aerolith Vexa walked the ceremonial chambers of Velsar's temple of lineage with calm precision. Her belly barely showing, yet her mind already hardened into decision. She didn't cry. She didn't mourn. She trained. She spoke to the unborn child in low tones, stories not of vengeance, but of history, of resilience. She archived a message, set to activate on a proximity trigger. He will know he was chosen, not made. Her people asked no questions. Velsar had no shame in bloodlines forged through fire or espionage. To them, the child would be born of strength. But to Aerolith, it would also be born of silence. And she had no intention of staying silent forever. Somewhere, in the darkness between stars, a reckoning had begun to burn. And its countdown had already started. The first sound Ryland heard was the metallic screech of the outer hatch disengaging. Then came the shift in air pressure, the telltale thump in the eardrums like the deep sea itself had breathed in. He froze. Zalun Station wasn't meant to be found. Built on the floor of a dead moon's ocean, it housed the galaxy's most discreet researchers, fugitives, and ghosts. He had bought his anonymity with silence, traded identity for safety. But the pressure readings blinking on the wall weren't part of any scheduled docking. Someone had come for him. The corridor lights dimmed to emergency hue. Shadows stretched long across the polished steel floor. Ryland stepped backward, his pulse already surging. His neural implant buzzed once, an encrypted override. Someone had bypassed internal access. She was here. His breath caught. Not because he doubted it, but because some part of him had known this moment would come. From the eastern corridor, footsteps echoed. Not hurried. Not chaotic. Deliberate. Boots that knew the station's design, despite never having walked its halls. Ryland ducked into the side maintenance shaft, a cramped tube filled with cables and coolant lines. He moved quickly, retracing every exit route he'd memorized during his first week here. Security sirens wailed low and slow, like an old creature stirring in its sleep. Red lights pulsed down the hallways as warning messages flashed across embedded wall panels, unauthorized entry, containment breach. Behind him, the main chamber doors hissed open. She walked in. Aerolith Vexa no longer wore the ornamental armor of a diplomat. Her bodysuit was functional, matte black beneath a blood-red ceremonial cloak. Her stomach, unmistakably full, pushed slightly against the structured fabric. In her right hand, she held an ancient Velsar vessel, a hollow urn made of obsidian and mother stone, etched with lineage glyphs. A symbol of inheritance, of memory, of confrontation. The few residents of Zalun scattered at the sight of her. They could feel it, not just the strangeness of her presence, but the gravitational weight of her purpose. She didn't speak, didn't explain. She simply kept walking, following the trace signature embedded in Ryland's implant, a signature she had memorized from the moment he touched her. Ryland reached the lower tram level, slammed his palm against the console. Manual override. Rear route emergency lift to docking bay 6. The system paused. Long enough to spike his panic. Override denied. He cursed under his breath, pivoted down the emergency maintenance ladder. The metal rungs burned cold. His boots clanged too loudly in the silence. Every sound betrayed him. Every heartbeat felt too large for his chest. A floor above, Aerolith turned toward the echo. Her steps still slow, composed, measured. A predator that did not need speed to be lethal. The urn at her side pulsed faintly, a Velsar bioreactive relic. It had already begun recording the ambient tension, the scent of his fear. Ryland ducked into a storage bay. Breathe. Think. Fight or run. No weapons. No backup. He pressed his back against the cold alloy wall and tried to remember the man he used to be. The one who infiltrated empires. Who seduced princesses for data. But all he could think about was the look on her face the night they last spoke. Not angry. Not betrayed. Just hollowed. Footsteps outside. He moved again. Another door. Another failed route. Aerolith was hurting him, whether she intended to or not. Driving him toward the glass spine of the station, the observation corridor suspended above the ocean floor, lined with reinforced crystal and a breathtaking view of glowing reefs. And nowhere to hide. Ryland stepped into the corridor, breath ragged. The lighting inside flickered, ocean light filtered through alien plankton, turning the whole hallway blue-green and weightless. At the far end, the door slid open. Aerolith stepped through. They locked eyes. Ryland didn't move. She raised the urn slightly, not to strike, but to let it hum between them. I followed the sound of your silence, she said, her voice calm, too calm. Ryland's throat closed around words he didn't have. The fear wasn't of her. It was of what she made him remember. She stopped 5 steps away. The vessel glowed between them, casting their shadows long across the transparent floor. You ran, she said, not accusing. Stating. I didn't know what to say. But you knew how to leave. His voice cracked. I thought it would be better, safer. For you. For the child. The light inside the urn flared. Not angry. Alive. You don't get to decide what safety means. Not for him. Not for me. He nodded slowly. There was nothing left to run from. Nowhere to run to. She stepped forward. Her hand reached out. Not to strike. Not to pull. Just open. The station around them groaned. A whale passed beyond the glass, its song a distant tremor. Come with me, she said. Or stay broken. But don't vanish again. He looked at her. At the life she carried. At the thing they had made, not by accident, but by consequence. And for the first time in months, Ryland Foster stopped running. Ryland stood at the far end of the glass corridor, breath shallow, heart thudding like the pulse of the ocean beyond the transparent walls. Water stretched out endlessly on all sides, a blue abyss teeming with flickers of alien life. He could go no further. The emergency bulkheads behind him had locked. In front of him stood Aerolith Vexa, cloaked in silence. He had nowhere left to run. The ocean outside cast shifting shadows across her face, as though the world itself couldn't decide whether she was mercy or judgment. She stepped forward slowly, the soft thud of her boots echoing with unbearable weight. He watched her, every fiber in him coiled to act, to retreat, but there was no exit now. Not from her. Not from what he had left behind. She stopped just a few paces away. Her eyes met his, steady and unwavering. Then, without a word, she placed her hand on her belly. "I don't need you to be a father," she said, her voice quiet, almost tender. "I need you to not disappear like you never existed." The words struck harder than any accusation. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. "How did you apologize for vanishing? For turning love, or whatever fragile thing it might have been, into absence?" She reached into the folds of her cloak and lifted the obsidian urn. Ryland flinched instinctively, expecting the crash of it against the wall or floor. But instead, she held it level for a moment, fingers brushing the carved glyphs. Then, with a graceful turn of her wrist, she let it fall. The urn shattered. Not violently. Not destructively. It came apart midair, as though it had never been solid, scattering into a wave of soft light and memory. Holographic fragments spun outward, filling the corridor like drifting snow. Ryland watched, stunned, as one of the glowing shards hovered before him. And then he saw it. Her hand in his. A whispered laugh in the dark. The slow, cautious touch of two bodies unsure whether they were enemies or something else. The memory played around them, flickering and incomplete, but painfully real. It wasn't surveillance. It wasn't strategy. It was emotion, encoded in sensation. She had recorded that night. Not with tech, but with a relic that bound memory to blood. He turned to her, eyes wide, voice ragged. "Why show me this?" "Because you think what we had was a mistake," she said. "I needed you to see what it really was." He looked again at the floating memory. In it, he reached up and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. She closed her eyes, just for a moment. He had forgotten that. Or buried it. "I didn't mean to," he began, but the words trailed off. "You didn't mean to stay." "I know." She walked to the edge of the corridor, placed her hand on the curved glass. Outside, a massive luminous creature drifted past, its tendrils pulsing like the breath of a sleeping god. Her reflection shimmered beside it, alien and human at once. "Our child will be born with both light and shadow," she said. "I've made peace with that." Ryland moved closer, but slowly. Not because he feared her, but because he feared what he might see in himself if he stood too close. "I thought staying would ruin you," he whispered. "Would make everything worse." She looked over her shoulder, eyes filled not with anger, but something far heavier. "You don't understand," she said. "You didn't ruin me." You left me to carry everything alone. That's the difference. The memory lights began to dim, dissolving one by one into the air. The corridor returned to silence, save for the distant hum of the ocean outside. Aerolith turned to face him fully, her hand still resting on the gentle curve of her abdomen. I came here not for vengeance, she said. Not even for closure. I came because this child deserves to know that he wasn't an accident in the dark. Ryland felt the burn of shame crawl through his chest. Not because she was cruel, but because she wasn't. Because she hadn't come to hurt him, but to make him face the truth he had fled across galaxies to avoid. He nodded slowly, eyes never leaving hers. I'm sorry, he said. Truly. I don't want sorry, she replied. I want you to decide. Are you a ghost? Or are you something real? The ocean beyond them pulsed again. A soft blue wave washed over the walls of the corridor, and the unborn world inside her seemed to answer in silence. He took one step closer. Then another. And though neither of them reached out, the space between them finally stopped feeling like exile. The corridor was quiet now, the ocean pressing its silence against the curved glass like a witness who had seen too much and would tell no one. Ryland stood still, not because he was afraid, but because he no longer needed to move. He had spent months running through space and guilt, but here, in the lull after confrontation, stillness felt heavier than any sprint. Aerolith didn't speak. She moved toward the remnants of the urn, kneeling with a kind of grace only pain could teach. Her fingers brushed against the shards, and something inside the wreckage pulsed, faint and rhythmic. She picked up the core fragment, the heart of the memory vessel, and pressed it into Ryland's hand. He felt warmth. Not heat. Not light. But a vibration. It was sound, low, muffled, intimate. Not words. Heartbeats. Two of them. The twin rhythms of a night they both remembered, buried in the weight of their choices. One beat was faster, stronger. The other delicate, fluttering. The first was hers. The second was not yet born. He closed his fingers around the core and closed his eyes. The sound filled him, not just in his ears, but deep in his chest. And with it came everything he had refused to face, the intimacy, the consequence, the impossible miracle of something real emerging from a moment he had tried to file away like a mission report. When he opened his eyes, she was standing again, her back turned to him. They stood before the gate to the upper shuttle docks. Beyond it, a transport vessel waited, humming with quiet life, its systems already primed for departure. Aerolith didn't look at him when she spoke. Choose. The word was soft, unforced, but absolute. You can follow me, she continued, and be present. Not as a hero. Not as a father. But as yourself. Or you can stay here, and continue hiding in fear that's no longer yours alone. She took a step forward. The gate hissed open with a mechanical sigh. Beyond it, pale light spilled through, bathing her in silver outlines. I won't ask again. Ryland stood frozen. Not in indecision, but in the weight of decision. He looked at the core fragment in his hand, still pulsing. The heartbeat hadn't faded. Neither had hers. For a long moment, He simply listened. Behind him, the ocean moved. Outside the glass, creatures drifted through the dark, ancient, strange, radiant. He remembered something she'd once said in the observatory, that stars and oceans were not opposites, but mirrors. Maybe that's what this was. A mirror. He thought of the man who first boarded the Velsar station. A spy with a borrowed name, chasing strategy over sincerity. That man had vanished the moment he kissed her. He just hadn't admitted it until now. Rylan looked up. Aerolith was already walking through the gate. He didn't call her back. He didn't speak. He simply moved. One step. Then another. Not rushed. Not desperate. Just certain. He passed through the threshold and followed her into the docking bay. The transport lights flickered gently, as though acknowledging his arrival. She turned slightly, only enough to know he was there. Her eyes didn't soften. Her lips didn't smile. But there was a shift, a quiet loosening of something inside her. She didn't say welcome. He didn't say I'm here. They didn't need to. The gate closed behind them with a slow, final hush. From a distance, Zaelun Station faded into the folds of ocean shadow, cradling the secrets of all who had hidden there. But aboard the vessel, there was no more hiding. Rylan stood beside her as the engines powered up, still holding the fragment in his hand. It was quiet. But the echo of 2 heartbeats continued. And for the first time, he didn't want them to stop.